Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another live stream. So today we're gonna have like a gameplay and a programming Q&A. We're gonna play Gray Hack. So let me share with my Discord server. Please join my Discord server so you can get notified of new streams. I usually do long streams about programming, usually Rust, and recently more about Go.2. But yeah, everyone, live gameplay and Q&A. Nice. All right, so let me just pop out the chat here real quick, and then we can start. Let's see. There you go. And here we go. Okay, let's go. If you have any programming questions, drop down in the chat. Okay. Let me hold on a second. This is getting in my way. What? Well, anyways, I wanted to anchor it, but I couldn't. So yeah. All right, fine. Anyways, just do something like that. All right. Okay, let's get started. So I have played this before, but it's been a long time now since I played it. So we'll see. Full screen, VSync. Yeah, all right. So let's play the game. Let me make sure that everything is good. Okay, great. Let's go. So I'm just gonna go with single player for now. Maybe later on, if you want me to do online mode, then we could try. I never played online mode, honestly. That looks crazy. Anyway, for now, let's just play single player. Let me make sure we start it from scratch, and let's go. I really love such educational games and simulators. So I hope that more games like this comes into the market. But yeah, pick a username. Well, code a taco. Your computer's name, Enigma. Choose a password. Right. Well, let's just say ABC123. The worst password you could do, but you should never use your real password in the game because they're stored. It's like they're not encrypted; they're just stored in text files, I believe. And especially that I'm just playing single player, it doesn't matter what my password really is. So multiplayer though, it would matter, but at the end of the day, you still shouldn't use your own password. But in multiplayer, you should use a good password. Anyways, next configure. Right now, I'm just playing single player, so that's fine. Welcome to your new operating system. The tutorial will teach you the basics to know how to move around the OS. A question before starting. Do you have experience using the Unix command terminal? Yes, I do. To continue, close this window and then double click on the File Explorer program on the desktop. Okay, here's the File Explorer. When you open the File Explorer program, by default, it opens in the home folder of the user who launched it. In your case, your user path is home.taco. Let's go. This is the path where your user's configuration files will be saved and where it will normally work. When a user is created on the machine, their user files will be created automatically under the home path. Yes, makes sense. Just like Linux, yeah. Basically, this is supposed to emulate like a Unix machine, just like Linux, basically. It is important that you know how the file system is structured. It is quite simple. All folders hang from a main folder, represented with the / character, and is the first or the highest directory in the hierarchy. Yeah, the root folder can be likened to the trunk of a tree as a starting point where all branches originate from. I don't need this guy. Okay. Next. Now go to the main folder, top folder in the file hierarchy, and click next. Now go to the main folder, top folder in the file. Okay, fine. That's the root folder. Here you can see all the folders that hang from the main one. At the moment we are only interested in the /bin folder and the usr/bin folder. So as you can see in this game, it's going to really teach you a lot of things, like for example the Unix operating system. It's going to give you a feel of it, and just also a bit of hacking. It's pretty much the most realistic game I've seen when it comes to hacking / programming and Unix basically. Here you can see all folders that hang from the main one. At the moment you are only interested in the /bin folder and the usr/bin folder, go to the bin folder and press next. /bin folder is basically where your programs is stored in Linux, and by default the commands used by the terminal are saved in the folder /bin. We'll come back here later. Now go to the path /usr/bin and press next. Okay, so usr bin. There you go. So here are the GUI applications basically. Okay. Next, and here programs that have UI user interface are saved by default. So I already know a lot of this stuff, right? But I'm just, reviewing this again just to make sure nothing have changed in the game, since it's been a long time since I played, and yeah, just to get a refresher basically. And here programs that have UI are saved by default. You can run any program by double clicking as in any operating system. File Explorer program, and on the desktop you can copy files by dragging their icon to the place you want, renaming or deleting files, creating folders, etc. You can open the contextual menu in a file or folder to see the available actions by clicking the right mouse button on the file. Okay, as you know, a computer without internet access does not have much utility, and at the moment you do not have access to the network. Your computer is equipped with a wireless network card. If you click on the Wi-Fi icon on the top bar, you can see the networks you have at your range. There you go. Okay. Next, it's time to get access to the network. This part of the tutorial will not be guided. You will have to be able to read the instructions of a series of commands and execute them correctly. Now, I like this part of the tutorial because, like as a hacker or a programmer, a lot of times you wouldn't find yourself like someone is holding your hand through some steps, and there you go, yay. Nah, you just gotta figure it out yourself. And in the best case scenario, you're just gonna have some documentation. Like here, you're gonna have some manual and stuff. And yeah, you just figured it out, I guess. The manual is an essential tool to know in detail how programs found on your computer works. In the manual, you will find examples of the use of commands and programs. It is always a good idea to check it when you have downloaded a new program. To access the network, open the manual and click on the Getting Started First Steps section to get more information. You can close this window. Good luck. To access the network, open the manual and click on the Getting Started. Okay. So let's see. Right. So we need the... Where is the manual again? There you go. Okay. Getting started. First steps. So this is the manual. If this is your first installation, you'll have verified that you do not have access to the network, so you'll not be able to do much until you get connected. In the future, you will be able to contract your own connection to the internet for a monthly amount, but for the moment, you'll have to access it in another way. The operating system has a security suite installed by default that can help you connect to the network. Well, if you cannot contract your own connection to the network for a monthly amount, then you know what is the other way would be. So the operating system has a security suite installed by default that can help you connect to the network. Okay, for more information, it is recommended that you read the following entries in the manual under the network commands category in the following order: airmoon, EWList, airplay, aircrack. There is actually a package on Linux called aircrack NG. But yeah, to launch commands, you need to use the terminal. You'll find the shortcut on the desktop. Once you have access to the network, we recommend that you create an email account, use the browser to find a mail service. To launch commands, you need to use the terminal. You'll find the shortcut on the desktop. Okay, so let's see. So airmon, EWLS, airplay, and aircrack. Okay. So here, avoid traces, libraries, and exploits, karma and reputation. Okay, general tips. So let's see the manual for these guys: airmon, EWLS, airplay, and aircrack. Can I launch a new instance of the manual? I wonder. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I can. That's great. Okay, so let's go to the terminal programs and let's find out basic commands, I guess. No, not here. Let's go to the network commands, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so the first thing is airmon. All right, so airmon start or stop net interface. In Linux, like when you say a command and then you say like help dash dash help or dash h or something like that, you pretty much get something like this. You get the usage, how to use the command, and in the same format as this, and then you sometimes you get an example, sometimes not, but anyways, used to enable monitor mode on wireless interfaces. It may also be used to go back from monitor mode to managed mode. Entering the air mode command without parameters will show the interface status. It is the first steps to be able to get connection password of a Wi-Fi router. The network cards needs to be activated in monitor mode. At least from what I understand, from my experience, I think is that monitor mode is basically like there's monitor mode and managed mode. Managed mode is basically what you use usually, where your Wi-Fi card, like your network card, is basically only responding and only monitoring, basically only monitoring the traffic in the air, because basically Wi-Fi is just, you know, radio waves in the air basically. So in managed mode, your card doesn't care about the radio waves, like the signals that doesn't belong to it. It only cares about the things that really belongs to it. In monitor mode though, your network card can capture any signal out there. Like it can capture even signal that it's not there basically. But anyways, entering the airmon command without parameters will show the interface status. It is the first step to be able to get the connection password of a Wi-Fi router. The network card needs to be activated in monitor mode. Okay, let's launch a terminal and basically airmon. I wonder if you can do airmon like in Linux, like -h. Yeah, there you go. So you say -h or help, and then it gives you the usage and stuff like that. All right, cool. So here, when I say airmon, it gives me the status. So we have LAN 0, chipset XI191, and monitor mode false. Currently, it's in managed mode. So to be able to capture packets that aren't ours, we have to turn it into to monitor mode, turn it on basically. So let's see how we can do it. Airmon start LAN 0. Because that's the interface that we want to start. Because you could have like multiple network cards. Here we're just starting the first one. So there you go. Right now the monitor mode is on. Great. So now we could capture some packets from the air. Okay. Airmon. All right. So what's next? EW list. Okay. So I think EWS is basically to get all the Wi-Fi stuff, right? Yeah, EW list, and then you gotta give it the net device. In our case, it's called LAN 0. Okay, and now here, this is all the networks that we have available, basically. It's just like here, you know, it's just not the GUI, basically. Anyways, so this is the power of the signal. So we have 65% in this guy. This is the SSID, basically the name of the Wi-Fi. And then the BSSID. I don't even know what that stands for, but anyways. Now we know what networks are there and what their information is. Next up, we need AirPlay. Okay, let's see AirPlay, what it does. Used to inject frames on wireless interfaces. The primary function is to generate traffic for the later use in AirCrack for cracking the router keys. To inject frames on wireless interfaces. The primary function is to generate traffic. Basically, we gotta capture packets. I think, yeah, they call it ACK, seems like, for cracking the router keys. Usage details. Once you have selected a network, you can launch the command to start capturing the necessary data to crack the password. Basically, you capture as much data as you can and then you use it with some other command to, you analyze the packets and try to figure out what is the password and stuff. Of course, it's much, much more complicated in real life than this, but yeah, that's pretty interesting. Anyways, airplay -b -e. In case of failure, it will mean that the router is patched against this vulnerability. Ooh, that's interesting. I think they have just added this to the game. I think this one was always working, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Once the command is executed, wait for a minimum number of ACKs to be generated. With a good network power, at least 7,000 ACKs would be enough. For the low power networks, you may need as much as 20k ACKs. Yeah, depends basically on the power of the network. Like less power, you need more ACKs. I think ACK stands for acknowledgements. It's pretty hard to explain, but anyways, once you have reached the desired number of packets, press Ctrl C to stop the process and save the information in a text file. Press Ctrl C to stop process. Okay, cool. This file will be the same folder where the airplay command was executed. Okay, cool. At least 7,000 or up to 20k. Now, I'm not sure where that maps to, but let's see. So we need now airplay. Airplay, then we give the BSSID. Let's say this guy. Okay, Control Shift V. And now -E, and we give the SSID. Authentication successful. Sending association request. Association successful. Read 1,000, 2,000 packets. Got these ACKs. Okay, so we just gotta wait right now, I guess. Just gotta wait. Okay, let's find out on the other stuff, I guess, while this is going. To launch commands, you need to use the terminal and find a shortcut on the desktop. Once you have access to the network, we recommend that you create an email account, use the browser to find the mail service. Yeah, until I have the network. So first steps, that's the first steps. Now save game. The game is automatically saved in real time in both multiplayer and single player. So you do not have to worry about saving the game, to exit the game, blah blah. Select the option when you start the game, you'll find everything that's left it in. Okay, cool. And avoid traces. When you access a remote computer without authorization, it is very likely that you will attract the attention of the system administrator. If it finds the machine that started the hacking, it will inform the authorities. Depending on the type of network you have access, the administrators can be more or less permissive. A good administrator usually finds suspicious activity where others do not see or simply ignore it. In any case, it is highly recommended that you delete your tracks once you have finished an intrusion. All computers keep a log of the log in var system.log, and its system events are registered such as incoming or outgoing connections, deletion of files, etc. Okay, so hold on a second real quick. Let's see. Okay, back. All right, let's see what we got now. Okay, 13,000 ACKs. I'm not sure if that's enough. Okay, let's see. Save game, avoid trace libraries and exploits. The main services and programs of the computer depend on the libraries they have installed. For example, an SSH server has a libssh SO library installed in the system. An SSH server has that libssh library installed. Okay, cool. So basically dynamic libraries. These libraries usually have vulnerabilities that can be attacked to gain access to the machine. Oh yeah, binary exploitation right there. As these vulnerabilities are exploited, library developers will discover and patch them, publishing updates so that any system administrator can patch it. Due to the nature of software development, library updates will bring new errors and vulnerabilities that users may exploit. Therefore, some versions will be safer than others, although not necessarily the latest version must be the safest. You can classify the exploits into two classes: remote use, local use requirements, partial objects, advanced, okay, and karma and reputation. Every time you complete any mission, your reputation will increase. Okay, so actually we got enough ECKs already, I think. So Control C, and we got a file cap saved here, seems like. Yeah, there you go, file.cap. Now let's actually use AirPlay. So AirPlay, actually not AirPlay, AirCrack, I think. AirCrack. Yeah, there you go. So you give it the file cap. Okay, file.cap. Key found, Explorer. Pretty interesting password, huh? Okay, let's copy this guy and let's connect to the network. March password connect. Let's go. So Wi-Fi connected. Great. So now we have network connection. Cool. So what's next? Let's see. Let's first of all we need the mail, I guess. Yeah. I need to sign up for a mail account. Okay, email service, choose a username, go to Taku, ABC123, pretty good password right there. Create an account, registration, okay, open your main client to access to your account. Open your mail client to access to your... Hello, Star Tax, welcome to Livestream, how's it going? Registration, okay, open your main client to access your account. Okay, sure. Let's access the mail. Cool. You already have an internet connection and you received your first mail. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you so much, StarTax, for asking. I'm pretty good. Throughout the game, you'll find missions similar to this one. It is important that you read the text carefully, as any detail can be of great help. Right. What is it about? What is it? YW? What is it about? You mean the game? Cool, you already have an internet connection. You received your first email. Yeah, find similar to the one. It's important that you read the text carefully, as it can be of great help. Click next when you've read the email. Okay. I haven't actually done that yet. All right. Hey, you do not know me. I monitor new users who register. IDK, what is the game? Or if it isn't a game, it's actually a game. It's called Grey Hack. It's on Steam. There you go. I have actually played 17 hours already, but it's been a very long time. I I think I was from the first few people to actually play this game. But yeah, I haven't played for a while, so I'm also reviewing this, and I don't know what is the new updates and stuff. And it's basically about hacking, gray like gray hacking, right? So you basically learn a lot of stuff like Unix systems, like Linux and stuff. It's the most realistic game in terms of hacking, pretty much. It's pretty fun. There's also a multiplayer mode, though I never really played that one. It's kind of looks scary. For now, I'm just playing single player. But is it real? Is real hack or this game has a fake hack? Of course, it wouldn't be like real. That's for sure. Otherwise, we'll be in jail at this point. But it's as realistic as you can get without going crazy, right? I'm not a hacker, I'm a programmer, but I do have a little experience, of course, because basically hackers, what they do is just they exploit programs that are created by programmers. So as a programmer, you need to know a bit about the security of your software to protect a bit about it. Okay, by the way, new sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. So yeah, if there's any other questions, let me know. Yeah. Right, hey, you do not know me. I monitor new users who register on remote machines. like the one you are using. You may want privacy for some projects. Basically, until now, what we have done, we have just cracked a Wi-Fi because we don't have a Wi-Fi yet. We could buy or contract a Wi-Fi later on, but for now, we don't have another choice. We don't even got an email or a bank account yet. So we just cracked one Wi-Fi with the tools that we got in the operating system. And yeah, there you go. So right now we have made a mail account, and now we have got our first mail. And the name, like the title is I'm watching you. And it have attachment, Cypher. Hey, you do not know me. I'm monitoring users who register on remote machines like the one you are using. So we're using a remote machine right now. Okay. You may want privacy for some projects you are developing, or you may want to earn some money like most people. I don't care what to say. I'm just watch the stream until I get something. All right, sure, fine. You may want privacy for some projects you're developing. Okay. Or you may want to earn some money like most people. If you're interested, I can give you access to my private server. But before that, I need you to do something for me. You can consider it a test. I need the credentials of this email address. Wish. I don't know how to spell this, by the way, in English. I only know how to spell it in French, I guess. Anyways, T-Carbon info belongs to Herbert Wish. Or Weish? Anyways, the mail client leaves the configuration file on the person's computer. The encrypted password. You're French? No, I'm Moroccan. We have like the second language in Morocco is French. But I didn't use French like from the school days, and right now even my university is in English. So belongs to Herbert Weish. So I know Arabic, I know French, and I know English. Though I prefer English, of course. Next up, I prefer Arabic. French, I hate it, but it just stuck on my head for now. Anyways, the mail client leaves the configuration file on the person's computer with the encrypted password. You will need that file to crack the password. I'll put it easy. The IP address of the victim's computer is 182.210.82.74. I have attached a program that may be useful. You may need some legitimate tools, so I recommend that you look for some shop on the network, or on the net, basically on the internet. And you may need some answer this email with the password that I need, and we will continue talking. Okay, so what we got. The first thing in hacking, at least, I'm not a hacker again, but I just know some very, very basics as a programmer. Uh, but the first thing, I guess, the first step in hacking anything is to get header information. Now, in our case, the first information that we got is the email of the account of our target, basically. And we got the full name of the target. That's the first things. And the other one that we got is the IP. Now in real life, it's usually fine to share your IP. It's not a big deal, because like, in fact, when you visit any website out there in the internet, you automatically give that website your IP, your public IP. So like, it doesn't really matter. And one of the facts why it doesn't really matter, because usually in in a home network, what happens is that every time, like, your public IP is not static, it's dynamic, so it keeps on changing. So like, especially when you restart your router, it will automatically change. So like, let's say I made a stream and I gave you my IP. It doesn't really matter, because I could easily just restart the router, and there you go. Poof, you cannot access me anymore. And there's also ports and stuff that we're gonna see later. Anyways, so let's see how we could do this. I really don't remember how to play the game, but we'll see. Right now, you don't have the tools available on your computer to try to access the objective direct, so other methods will have to be used to achieve it. Oh, okay, so it's hinting to this. Oh, I guess we're gonna use social, what is it even called? Social hacking or something? I don't really remember. Anyways, do you want to skip the? No, 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 no. Leave it. Okay. First of all, they gave us a program called the Cypher. So let's actually save this folder, this program in the build, in the bin folder. Okay, so we could use it directly from the command line because the bin folder is by default in the path. So we don't have to like type in the full path of the program. We could just say the Cypher if we put it here. Save. And now depends on your network. Like on the string of your network, it would be faster or slower and stuff. And also depends on your hardware because like this game actually also simulates a bit the hardware. What I mean by that is that like you could actually shop for better hardware. So like for example, processes like the cipher and the password or doing stuff like that could be faster or slower depending on your hardware, like how much memory you have, how much processor, CPU usage, etc, etc. Anyways, so let's close this and now let's see, create a new, okay, social engineering, that's what it's called. Yeah, I forgot the name completely. It's a more useful tool than it seems. If used well, it can make things much easier to reach your goal. Now, at least from my understanding, the social engineering is all about, instead of hacking the machine, which is usually a little bit hard to hack, you hack the humans instead. That's basically what social engineering is. Because a lot of times, the weak link in your security is humans. Like, for example, if you're a company, you got to make sure that your employees know what they're doing, at least know some basics on like security. Otherwise, they could leak some crazy data or install some virus on the whole company's network or something like that. So usually, a lot of times, you'll find hackers really using social engineering as the first, I guess, encounter, but depends, of course. Anyways, is a more useful tool. Okay, in the left column, we'll have a list of predefined emails, each of them with a purpose. Okay, so we have some list of predefined emails. In this mission, we need to trick the system administrator. There you go. It's all about tricking the system administrator or some employee to give you some data, and then you could use the data to trick someone else, etc. By pretending to be the victim so that he gives us access to the credentials of his computer. Okay, so let's see. Select the login issues option. Okay, so let's go with the login issues template. In social engineering emails, you will need to use the correct information in order to trick recipients. So as I said, the first step was in hacking is to actually gather information about your target. So we have already gathered some information from that mail. So we could use it to in the social engineering here. Basically, since the victim works in the same place as the system administrator, you need to know the victim's name to impersonate him. Fortunately, in the email you received, you have the name of the victim. It is enough to use the last name. Okay. It is enough to use the last name. Although now the problem is that we don't know the email address of the administrator. We don't know. Okay, to know this information, you can use the whois terminal program, which is by passing it a public IP address, offers some basic information about the network. So this whois command is actually real. You could use it on Linux, and it basically gives you information about some domain, for example. Like, for example, you could say whoisgoogle.com or something like that. And then it would tell you some IP even, and it would tell you some information about that IP. Like, for example, who registered the website, the contact, etc., etc. But anyways, next, if the social engineer works, you will get the credentials to be able to access the machine remotely using the SSH terminal program. SSH is basically used for remote access to a machine, at least one of the ways to do that. So yeah, keep in mind that the credentials you get now are not the ones asked for in the mission. You need to find the credentials of the victim's email account. Once inside the victim's computer, you need to find the credentials. You must search through the folders to find the file with the encrypted password and use the program attached to the mail to decrypt it. Good luck. Okay, I really don't remember how to do this. It's been a long time since I played this, but let's see. Yeah, so first of all, let's get some terminal, right? And let's use who is command, as they say. So we have a mail, right? Actually, we have a IP. Maybe we use the IP with the who is command. Yeah, public IP address. Okay. Control Shift V. There you go. So there you go. We got the domain name of this IP. We got the administrative contact. So we got the name, the full name of the administrator, and the email address of that administrator, and the phone. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the email here. Login issues. Hello, username. I don't know what happens today that I can't enter into my workstation. I get the wrong password error all the time. I'm sure that I'm entering my password correctly. What can I do? Thank you. So the username of the target, we already have that from the mail. He's called Herbert Wish. I think like the last name is enough. So I'm gonna say, hello, I'm Wish. I don't know what happens today that I can't enter onto my workstation. And let's try to send that. And to whom? To the administrator. And we could get the administrator from this email, like from who is here. So let's send this to the administrator email and let's try. Okay. Hey, I just checked that. So the administrator have responded. He's pretty fast responder. Speed of light. Hey, I just checked the status of the network and everything seems correct. Have you checked that your user and password is correct? These are the credentials of your computer. User, wish, password, or ghetto. I wish it was this simple in real life. But sometimes there is some people that are this stupid. It's like crazy stuff. Anyways, so password or ghetto. Okay. The status of the network and everything. Okay, so we got the password. Now what we should use that? Yeah, we're gonna use it for SSH into the machine. Okay. So how to use SSH? SSH, you give it the user, then this guy, and the password, and then the IP address, and an optional port. Okay, cool. So let's try this out. SSH, and the user is Weish. By the way, SSH is also a real thing, a real program, and you actually connect just like this. You give the user of the machine and the password and the IP address. But anyways, R0. IP address. Okay, so what is the IP address? Is this guy. Okay. See this. And optional port. We don't need port, I think. Okay, so we have connected your first remote connection. Before continuing, it is important that you know some details about remote connections. So right now we actually got a remote connection into the machine. So we're remotely connected to it, as you can see. So here you can notice that it changed to this guy. Your first remote connection. Okay, let's see. Remote connections can only be made through the terminal. So basically right now, since I have a remote connection, I have some control, like I have a shell into that machine. I could basically execute commands and stuff. But of course, depends on my permissions and stuff. We'll see about that. In addition to the SSH command, you will discover other programs that will also allow you to connect remotely to a machine. Yeah, so SSH is one of the protocols that you can connect to. There's also HTTP, there's FTP, there's all sorts of crazy ports out there. But yeah, it depends on which port is vulnerable, you know. But anyways, and open basically. So in this case, SSH is open on that port. Usually though, in home networks at least, like you usually don't have any ports open except maybe for HTTP. I don't think though. Yeah, I don't think. Unless if you're hosting some website or something. Anyways, so let's go to the next one. When connected to a machine, you can navigate through its file system and run programs as if it were your machine, provided you have the necessary permissions. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So it depends on the permissions. Yo, hacker stream. Hello, Olive Z. Welcome to the live stream. How's it going? Note that you can launch visual programs through the terminal, even connected to a remote machine. Okay, yeah. Next, for example, so that's also possible in real life. It's like X11 actually supports like it's X11 is basically the protocol that we use to actually launch Windows in the and by Windows I don't mean this Windows operating system. I mean these Windows, right? That you use to basically create Windows. I actually have programmed before using X11 protocol to actually open a window on Linux, which is quite interesting. And it actually also supports, as you can see here, remote connections. So you could launch applications remotely, GUI application. What's Greyhack? It's a game pretty much. It's a game on Steam that basically the most realistic game I've found that about hacking. It really teaches you a lot of things from Unix commands and Unix operating system to hacking networks to, but of course it's not like the real life thing, right? We're not going to jail here, right? So this is just like a little simulation, of course, just a game, but it's pretty much the most realistic, and you really learn a lot of stuff. You really get an overview of how programming and how hacking works essentially, and it's pretty fun game. There's also like multiplayer and there's single player mode. Right now I'm just on single player, but yeah, it's pretty fun stuff. If you have any other questions, let me know. For example, all you can use the scp command to upload and download files from. That's sick. I might have go buy it. Sure. For example, although you can use the scp command to upload and download files from the remote machine. Pretty much not a hacker, just a programmer. Though I do have a little knowledge. Okay, why this thing got disconnected? Okay, so we have reconnected. Is the stream fine now? I think they have reconnected. Interesting. So basically, as a programmer, like hackers are basically exploiting programs, and programs are made by programmers like me, right? So I'm the target, right? So I need to know a bit about, protection and protecting myself. So 17 likes. Oh, really? No way. Of course not. Oh, what? Bruh, are you kidding? Like, why? How? That is crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. That's very crazy. Okay. Oh, well. I don't know. It's like I reached that amount long, like sometimes, but like this was very fast. Anyways, I think you like this game, I guess. Fellow brave user, first countered. Okay, so let's see. For example, although you could use the scp command to upload and download files from the remote machine, you could also do so using the UI. To do this, launch the File Explorer exe program from the terminal where you're connected to the remote machine and press next. Okay, let's actually try to launch the File Explorer in the remote machine. Not in my machine, but in the remote machine that we have connected to right now. So File Explorer. Okay, hold on. File Explorer, I think just like that. Yeah, okay. So right now, this File Explorer is not on my own machine. This is how it looks on my own machine. It's like this. Notice that there's nothing here. But since I'm connected into the remote machine, this is what it seems like. Okay, great. So right now, this is the files that there is there. There's this new reads PDF. There's this config folder. There's this downloads and desktop. So let's see. For example, although you can use the, okay, to do list launcher. All right, next. As you can see, are browsing through the file system of the remote machine using File Explorer. Okay, you can copy and paste files between machines using File Explorer either by dragging the icons or by using the context menu. So you could basically copy and paste between the two machines right now. Like File Explorer exe, you can launch any program and command that is on the remote machine. Okay, next. Okay, what's going on here? It's too small for me to actually... anyway, it is recommended you copy the Scanland program on the remote machine and run it. Scanland is a powerful program that shows you the network configuration in which the computer is located. It is especially useful to solve the missions And no for views. Yeah. Hello, Ridwan Karti. Welcome to the live stream. How's it going? I'm great. Thank you so much for asking. Okay. It is especially useful to solve the missions and know which is the victim's machine according to its local address, data that is indicated in the details of the missions. Keep in mind that when you scan a public address with Nmap, oh yeah, Nmap. Nmap is a real program that a lot of hackers use. Like, it's pretty much good to hear. Man, don't let us interrupt you and see the game. That's fine. It may not show you all the computers on LAN that have active services, since some computers will not have the port configured on the router and therefore will not be visible from the outside. To access these computers, you'll first have to access some other machine that has a port open to the outside, or gain a shell access to the router, and from there get to the remote machine on the LAN. You can see more details about Scanland in the manual. You can see more details about the Scanland in the manual. All right. Okay, let's continue. You can see more details about Scanland in the manual. Next, it's a good time to show you have to avoid being caught by the authorities. All right, so let's actually try to do the Scanland thing. So basically, we need the Scanland program. Where is it? Hold on, let me see. Where's the Scanland thing? File cap config. Bin user bin. Okay, let's see what we got here. Do we got Scanland application here? Yeah, we got it. Okay, so it's right here. Let me see if we have it here under remote machine. So we have Doloids desktop. Okay, we are in Wish desktop Doloids config. Let's go to the root and let's see what programs that we have here in the remote machine. So we have USR bin, BTF. So as you can see, there's no Scanland executable here. So let's actually copy this to the remote machine. Ooh, permission denied. What? Interesting. Well, I guess we could just put it on. So basically, we don't have access to the root yet. We don't have permissions for that. So I guess we could just basically put it here, I guess. Yeah, fine. Let's just put it in on the user's machine here. Because basically there's multiple users, and every user have specific permissions on Unix. But anyways, so Scanland. All right, so right now we're actually seeing the network of the target. So this is the wide web network, like the wide web, the wide web something. I don't remember. Anyways, internet connection. Kodotaku. Yo, what's up? All right, so here we have the router, device details. So the IP address. Hello from Russia. Is that Russia, bro? Welcome to the stream, gamer Lokiri. How is it going? Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we got the router here, and we got a camera, a CCTV, and what else? We got a router here. And we got another, is that a router or a switch? This is a switch, okay. And this is a hub. All right. This is a router again, subroute. Can you read something that I will say? Sure, please. Sure, why not? Okay. So what we need actually right now, what we need here, yeah, I lost track. It's good time to show you how to avoid being caught. Okay, when you access a remote computer without authorization, it is very likely they will attract the attention of the system administrator. If it finds the machine that started hacking, it will inform the authorities and you'll go to jail. Depending on the type of network you have access to, administrators can be more or less permissive. A good administrator usually finds suspicious activity where others do not see it or simply ignore it. In any case, it is highly recommended to delete your tracks once you have finished an intrusion. All computers keep a log of the log in var/system.log. In it, system events are registered, such as incoming or outgoing connections, deletions of files, etc. Next, to open the system.log file, you need to use a visual program log viewer. Okay, I was in the Burger King, but I was playing Minecraft. Then I downloaded the mod so I can play Roblox while playing Minecraft in the Minecraft. So I was playing with my best friend, and I was okay. To do this, open the system log file on the remote machine using the File Explorer program you have connected. With the File Explorer connected to the remote machine, go to the var folder and double click on the system log file and click next. Okay, but we still haven't done yet. Okay, fine. So let's go to the var folder, but I don't think I have access to that though. Okay. And here's the log. Okay, so as you can see, it actually logged my remote connection. As you can see, connection established on port 22. Port 22 is for SSH because I have connected through SSH. And it actually gives the address of who connected. So they got my address right now in the log. That was actually made Coca-Cola killed in real. What? That's cry like. Sorry, don't really understand. Yeah. So, Scratch is the ultimate language. I reckon this game is even made with Scratch. Actually, this game have its own programming language. Connection established on port 22. Chill up to. Can I actually delete this logs? No, I can't because I don't have permission. I need to escalate my permissions first. But yeah. Next, it is important to keep in mind that what programming language you know. I know 8 programming languages. My favorite is Rust. My least favorite is C++. But I love Rust and C Sharp, Zig, Lua, Roblox Lua. I also know Java. I use it in university though, but I don't really like it. I mean, I just see it pointless when you have C Sharp, at least for Java. Python, yeah, I learned that too. I've used it for with one of my friends. He's studying, or he was, I don't know. Yeah, he was studying AI basically in a Chinese school online. So I actually helped him out with his assignments a bit. Do you think Python is a programming language? For sure, it's a programming language, but it's an interpreted programming language. It's not compiled. It's a high level, so it's pretty slow since basically you have a program, so basically Python, called Python interpreter, that have to be running, and then that program that is compiled will go ahead and read through the Python script and it would go line by line executing it. So that's very slow. That's why like for loops in Python is very, very slow. It's like 100 times slower than a compiled language or even more. Though what's nice about Python, what is useful about it is that you could easily make programs very fast with it. You could prototype very fast. So that's why it's actually used by hackers too. Since like there's also a lot of libraries, and that's one of the big selling points of Python is that there's just a lot of libraries for Python that you could use to actually do a lot of stuff really quick. So yeah, you teach in university. I'm actually in university, right? So I'm in computer science university, but I actually just started or like almost just started university. Program running in a virtual machine that is running on a virtual machine operating system. That's the JVM, yeah, Java and C Sharp. So it is important to keep in mind that the deletion of the records is only useful when a passive trace occurs. What language do you recommend for making native applications with GUIs? I'm currently using Python for making GUI and such a mess. Now, GUIs are very hard, honestly, to make, but I think if you're really serious about, like, let's say desktop GUI applications, I would say, I guess, C Sharp. C Sharp with Avalonia UI. I haven't really tried it myself, but I think it's pretty interesting. Avalonia UI. Though I'm really wanting to learn this later on, but it's pretty promising. It's like C Sharp is pretty much the most used when it comes to desktop GUIs. And this one is actually cross-platform. It's pretty new, newer than WPF. It's cross-platform. So yeah, what language would you recommend for making native? Okay, so that's this. All right. So yeah, I guess I would recommend this. The other thing that I would recommend is Godot. Although it's a game engine, yeah, it's a game engine. You make games with it, but like its UI, it just have a lot of UI that is very, very good. It's like it's just very underrated. And it also supports Arabic, and it also supports a lot of crazy stuff. I really recommend Godot Engine 2. Though Godot Engine, since it's a game engine, it's not a GUI framework, it does consume more battery power. So you need to keep that in mind. You work to order, create a program for collecting and analyzing data with internet access. Sorry, what do you mean? Can you rephrase your question? So yeah, C Sharp and with Avalonia UI and Godot Engine. That's the answer for hopefully for that question. Okay, let's go back to the game. If there's no other questions, there's highly recommend programs. Hold on. There are two types of traces an administrator can perform: active trace and passive trace. So basically, passive traces are essentially things that are just like, for example, here the log is a passive trace because it didn't take an action from the administrator to actually, get it. So passive traces aren't very serious. At least not as serious as active trace. Active trace is when the administrator actually like find it suspicious and actually go ahead and track you and try to track you like actively, essentially. System administrators, like any other worker, have a work schedule. It is usually advisable to access remote machines at times when the administrator is not working. So as you can see, when it comes to hacking, pretty much the first step is actually gaining or gathering as much information as possible on your target, even if it is the work schedule, like the working hours of the administrator, for example. So it's crazy. It is usually advisable to access remote machines at times when the administrator is not working. And there's also multiplayer in this game, so it's kind of like PvP. So other players could be online or offline. So if you can figure out when they're online or offline, then that would be interesting. Programs. So basically, active traces are performed when an administrator already thinks something is up. Yeah, so basically, active traces, I think, at least from my understanding, is that when an administrator deliberately starts an action to track you down, okay? It's not like just logs where the system is constantly just logging information, okay? While this is actually a passive trace. So this is like actually logging my connection, my remote connection didn't take an action from the admin to happen. It just happens. That's why it's passive, not active. I need a program that will collect and divide by category. The data will be taken from the internet, websites. I think you're talking about data scrapping from websites, but I think usually people use Python for that. I think, yeah. Usually people use Python for that because you could do it pretty easily. Though it depends on the data. It depends on the data. I need more details to give you better suggestions. So, system administrators like any, okay, great. Programs like admin monitor notify you in an automated way when an administrator is present and the approximate time remaining until an active trace reaches you. I don't know if there's like a counterpart in real life for such a program. I guess in games you just gotta have some fun, I guess. But anyways, it is highly recommended you take a look at the manual and the trace system. Query session. Harry Tosh, yeah. Query session. What do you mean? It is highly recommended you take a look at the manual in the trace system section to know in more depth how the traces work and the different ways to avoid them. For the moment, it is enough that you know this way to eliminate your trace. Okay, sure. Next, it is important that you remove any traces that may incriminate you in an authorized connection. In the current version of the game, you just have... So in real life, if you don't want to get caught in jail, right? You should have permission to do anything. Like, let's say you want to test some website or some network, you have to have permission. Otherwise, you're gonna get in trouble. From Azure, you can query session to check some using VM. Oh, I see. Okay. In the current version of the game, you just have to delete any entry in the file var system.log. Now, yeah, I can actually delete it, but I don't have permissions to just yet. I need to escalate permissions somehow. Shell obtained or file delete along with your IP address. So I need to delete the logs where it says shell obtained, which means that someone have connected to remotely to the machine, or some file got deleted, along with your IP address. If the admin monitor program warns you that an admin has started an active trace against you, it is important that you try to delete the indicated entries and disconnect before the end of the countdown. So yeah, basically when an active trace happens, you have a limited amount to take action so you don't get detected. Because at that point, the admin is actually tracking you down, basically. He's finding something suspicious and he's doing active action. So do not delete the entire log, since inevitably, when you disconnect from the machine, you will create an entry in the log with your disconnection, creating the file if you have deleted it. If an administrator sees a log file with only a disconnect entry, he will suspect and start the trace against you. This is all for the moment. You can close this window. So basically what this is saying is that you shouldn't delete the entire log file from the system, because if you do, it will just be created again once you disconnect, because it actually logs your disconnection and your connection. But if an admin actually sees that in the log, sees that someone have connected, like someone have disconnected, but there's no connection, counterpart connection, then he's surely gonna see something suspicious is happening here. Someone have, played with the log file. How can even get permission? Hello, can I hack you, please? So at first we got the password through social engineering. So we basically, here we got some email right here. We got the Cypher program, and he basically told us some information about the target, the IP and stuff. And so we used whois with the IP to know the email of the administrator. Then we basically contacted the administrator here. Where is it? Hold on. Yeah, I said, hello, I'm Wish. Now this is the name of the worker of our target, right? And we got the name from the mail. We got it from the mail from whoever sent us this target, right? From IP and stuff. So we said, hello, I'm Wish. I don't know what happens today that I can't enter into my workstation. I get the wrong password error all the time. I'm sure that I'm entering my password correctly. What can I do? Thank you. Right? So what he said, because we have said that, like, the name of a worker right there, right? So, hey, I just checked the status of the network and everything seems correct. Have you checked that your user and password is correct? These are the credentials of your computer. And he just gave us the the user and the password, but we don't have the account of the admin himself. We just have the account right now from the worker, like our target, basically. But we'll see how it goes. All right, so if the admin command sees along with only this guy, he will suspect. You can close this window. All right, fine. So now let's see what we could do. So let's see. So let's go to our user. Where is our user? Hold on. Brother, I wrote you a message in Discord and general chat. Yeah, I'll check it out. Hold on a second. So right now, what we need... there's a mail here, and there's a bank configuration file, and there's desktop. But, like, how can we get the... hold on. Oh, hold on a second. If we go to... I don't remember exactly how you do that, but I think it's in Etsy. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so in Unix systems, there's a passwd file. This is actually real, though, and it basically contains the usernames with the hashed password, right? Of course, it's much more complicated than this, but this is the the general um, thing, right? Hold on, I'm gonna do some lighting here. Hold on a second. All right, I'm back. Back. Okay, so here we got the root. Are you trying to train an AI model? I'm actually trying to learn some AI stuff, like how to create a neural network from scratch. But yeah, I just still begin pretty much. So anyways, root, Aish, and Asadov. Okay, so we did get to the Cypher program. We did get at the Cypher program because basically these are the hashed passwords, not the passwords themselves. So we need somehow to de-encrypt or decipher this hash to get our password. Now in real life, it's crazier than this, and there's all the crazy stuff about hash salt and rainbow tables and crazy stuff like that. But here it's pretty simple. It's just a game. So we just have a program to decipher it pretty much pretty simply. So yeah, let's actually grab our passwd here. Let's put it in our machine. Close. Okay. Now we have the passwd. No, I meant that guy wants to collect data from the internet. The categorism. Oh yeah, okay. I see. Root wash as a dove. Okay, so we have the passwd. Let's see how we could use it. So where is the, hold on, desktop? Let's go to the desktop. CD desktop. Okay, but hold on, what? Oh, this is actually not my terminal. I need to go to my own terminal. Where's my own terminal? There you go. Okay. So let's go to the desktop. And we have the passwd here. Let's decipher that passwd file. Oh, can't read file. Permission, what? Permission denied. Maybe sudo. Let's try that, I guess. Passwd. Okay, password ABC123. Pretty good password right there. Can't read password, a binary file. Okay, so how that thing works, I don't remember. Let's see. Now, this is crazy because this, I cannot close this for some reason. Hold on. How do I close that? I guess the close. Oh, okay, great, nice. So the manual right here, let's check it out. AI stream win. We'll see. I will follow your broadcasts. Very interesting. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So search. Let's search for the Cypher here. Let's see how it works. So this program is not installed by default. Okay, decrypt certain system files and converts it to plain text. The Cypher encrypted file. Okay, encrypted file. But how does it work exactly? Sudo decipher pass. Can't read passwd binary file. Maybe it should be passwd txt. Weird. Did they change the game or something? Can't read passwd binary file. Rename. I cannot open the program. There's not enough RAM available. Yeah, that's cool. So let's close some programs. Hold on. That's interesting. We gotta upgrade. Let's see. Let's close some program here. Let's just remove that, I guess. The mail, we don't need it for now. The manual. The mail. Let's remove the mail here. The mail here too. File Explorer. That's a lot of programs open. Okay, so it freed up some memory. Okay, let's see. So I'm not sure how to use this Cypher program. So you give it the encrypted file. But isn't this an encrypted file? CH. Maybe if I remove one of these, possibly. Or maybe I could make a new file. The game is cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I just need to figure it out. Can't save, permission denied. Like, bro, what? This file have been modified, save changes. Permission denied. Huh. You said it said it have its own program? Yeah, it does. It does. So like every program here that I'm using here is actually programmed. Like let me show you. Like for example, if you go to the manual here, like let's say that the Cypher program, I could actually see the source code of this program, and this is the program. All available terminal programs such as ls, cat, mv, etc. are programmed with the Gray script language. It's called Gray script and compiled into executables to be used in the terminal. In the code editor, you can create your own terminal programs and exploits. For more information, see the scripting basics section in the manual. Within the manual, you can view the source code of the mentioned programs by clicking on the Open Code button in the manual entries of the commands the commands that use scripting. If you did not want to use the code editor, you can continue progressing in the game normally using the tools and exploits that you will find out on the net. And of course, as a programmer, I'll surely use this soon to automate stuff. We'll see. So it's similar to Python. It's called Gray script. So here, for example, this is the Cypher function. It basically includes a library, like it imports this libcrypto.so dynamic library. It's pretty close to reality. If not crypt tools, then exit error missing crypto library. Get password equal to they have a first class functions. Oh, crazy stuff, man. If user pass.length not equal to 2, then exit the Cypher file path. Okay, so I may be able to actually figure this. Hold on a second. So if user pass.length, okay, password found. So it's included in a library. Okay, here we got a function that it takes a user pass. It checks if the length is not equal to 2, then otherwise it exits. Wrong syntax. Password equal to cryptools.decipher user pass. So it's using the library, the dynamic library. You have a function called decipher, and then we basically give the second item in this user pass array. At least it seems like that in this case. And then we return the password. Hey, are you still in college? Welcome to stream. So yeah, I am still in university, right? If params.length not equal to 1 or param 0 equal to -h. Okay, for help or params-help, then exit command info decipher usage. Okay, so file, here we git shell host computer file, original file. Here we take the first parameter from the command line, we open that file. If not file, then we exit. The Cypher can't find the file. So here is my problem. If file is binary, then exit. The Cypher can't read original file, binary file. Okay, so that was my problem. If not file has permission R, then can't read, permission denied. Okay, so let me try one thing though. Let me try one thing. I think maybe I know how to do this. Let's actually create a text file. So, let's see. Touch, I don't know, let's say password.txt. There you go, I created a file here, great. And let's just maybe put one of these guys here. This is super weird. We could launch sudo explorer.exe, I guess, or something. Weird. Can we cat the passwd? Sudo cat passwd. abc123. What? Can't open passwd binary file. Crazy. Okay, let's open Explorer here. Weird. Oh, should I go to the Explorer? Explorer? Oopsies. Explorer.exe. No. Okay, let's go to the slash bin, slash usr slash bin, ls, and let's actually launch the file explorer. Okay, now let me see what was happening here. So let's go to itsc, passwd. All right, so let's actually just copy this and see find out if that would work by any chance. Great. Now let's actually see what we could do. Didn't we actually already got the password of the user though? I think so, but the problem is we need to first of all escalate our permissions into an admin, into root, so we could actually remove our log, so we don't get traced by the admin essentially. So okay, let's see. Let's save this and let's try now. Here's my terminal, and let's see. Sudo decipher, what this is called, password.txt, I guess. Yeah. Can't find password.txt. Oh, really? There you go. Okay, so it's deciphering right now. Great. Okay, so right now we're actually deciphering the password from this hash. This is the password hash, I think. So, yeah. Though in real life, it's much more complicated than this. Because cryptographic hash functions is not just as easy as just, you know, it's like even if you're an admin, you cannot just come and get the password. Like in real life, what happens is that when you sign up, like your password go through a cryptographic hash function, and that cryptographic hash function takes your password and turns it into something like this, a hash, right? And then this hash, why it's called cryptographic, because you can, like, given the hash, you cannot reverse the operation. Like the hash function, like the cryptographic hash functions aren't reversible. So what you gotta do is, for example, you gotta actually figure out the password, right? And then hash that password that you figured it out and check if it fits. So like when you try to actually log in into some website that you have signed up in, what happens is that you type in your password, that password gets hashed that you typed in, and once it gets hashed, it compares the hash that they got from your password to the hash that they have stored in the system. And that's how they verify if it's the same password or not. But they actually can't really get your original password unless by using, let's say, some rainbow tables or by brute forcing it. And brute force takes years. So Hashcat rebranded to Decipher. Cool. Yeah, basically. All right. So there you go. We got the password of the root. Now we could actually connect to the root. So let's do that. Is there SU here? No, there's no SU. We use it to, let's see, dash H. Okay, I guess you could say dash U here, and we could change the user to root. Yeah. And now let's use this password that we have just deciphered. There you go. So we have escalated our permissions into root. Now I could actually go to the log file. Oopsies, let's go to the root var. And we got system.log. Okay. Can I? Oh, well, I cannot. Okay. Slash user slash bin slash log. Is that? Yeah, log viewer. Okay, there you go. Now I got that. So now I'm not going to remove this connection established, because when I'm going to disconnect, it's just going to show disconnect without the connection. So this doesn't really matter. It's not a big deal. What is a big deal though is shell obtained, because when you get a shell in a machine, that's where you actually get control. You get to run commands and stuff like that. And that's what, so we're just going to remove this. And there you go. We have removed our passive trace from the system. Let's go. So now we could just, I guess, disconnect. But hold on, what the mail wanted me to do so first. And before going that way, actually, we could do something interesting. We could do something fun. But let's see the mission first. Hold on. What is the mission? Where is it? Hey, okay. You may need some. Answer this email with the password that I need, and we will continue talking. Which password? The mail client leaves. I need the credentials of. Okay, so you need the credentials of the email address. So he needs the password of the email. Belongs to her. Okay, so we can actually get that. Let's see. So yeah, let's see /usr/bin/explorer. Bro, why doesn't? Oh, it's actually called File Explorer. Okay, File Explorer, and let's see what we got. So let's go to root. I guess where is it? Home. Yeah, home. Wish. Okay. Config. Okay, this is the mail and the bank configurations. All right, so let's actually get these. Close, bank, close. Well, the bank is not included in the mission, but I mean, it's fun. So let's do it. Mail. So this is the mail. Let's decipher that. It's not that simple in real life, though. All right. Decipher. Let's see. Okay, let's get me a terminal here, and let's decipher that. Desktop. Okay, decipher mail.txt. There you go. Okay, can we run another terminal and decipher in there? Or maybe I don't have. Oh, why my CPU is idle 100% while deciphering? That's pretty interesting. Weird. So I guess I could run another terminal if I have enough RAM and just decipher the bank. Is there a possibility to do something wrong and get a game over? Well, game over is basically when you get caught by an admin and you go to jail. That's game over. So you gotta make sure to delete the passive traces, and if there's an active trace by the admin, you gotta make sure to delete all your traces from the system real quick, and disconnect from the system. So password found hrester. So this is the password of the email. Great. So now let's actually send it to that guy so we can complete the mission. Where is that thing? There you go. Okay, let's actually send. You have done well. If you want to work, you may want to visit this web. Ooh, an IP. Let's actually copy this and let's go to the browser and let's find out what is this. Ooh, the hack shop. the deep web. Welcome to my personal store. Buy what you want. I will not ask questions. Yeah, I will not ask questions, basically anonymous. So in hack shops, there are usually jobs available. In addition to the tools and jobs, some hackers publish their exploits on these pages. The main services and programs of a computer depend on libraries they have installed. Your opinion about any information scam. What do you mean by information scam? The main services and programs of a computer depend on libraries they have installed. For example, an SSH server has a libsshso library installed in the system. These libraries usually have vulnerabilities that can be attacked to gain access to the machine. Because basically we're human, we're not perfect, we make a lot of mistakes. So like you're always gonna find vulnerabilities in libraries, especially the bigger the library becomes. Do you mean, oh yeah, phishing. Okay, so like libssh for example, like basically that's why you need to constantly update your software, because otherwise someone like the old libraries could have some bugs or some vulnerabilities that someone could actually use to attack you. But once you like the developer, like the programmer, can actually go ahead, and if he knows that, he can patch it in a newer version. And if you don't update, for example, if you are on Windows 7 or Windows 10, you're screwed. You may be screwed, because like the older the system, the more time the hackers get to actually try to exploit and find some vulnerability in the system. That's why you need to always have your system updated. And that's why I actually got my computer like bricked by BIOS updates. I don't really recommend doing a BIOS upgrade, but really depends. Like Intel, I think recently have a vulnerability in their BIOS. It's like if a hacker got access to your BIOS, you're screwed. Like to your firmware. To cover your tracks, you need to hack through 3 computers that you find on the internet, and through them you hack into it. And oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember though what that's called. It's like Tor. It's like Tor browser. It's like also like VPN. So like you could have multiple machines and or like multiple VPNs, for example, and then you basically, or like let's say for example, you could even hack some other machines, and those machines you use them to hack through them. Basically, it's kind of scary how hospitals can really update their system since they need 100% uptime. Yeah, it's also it's uptime, and it's also very hard to actually keep on being like updated. You know, constantly getting updated. It takes a lot of time, and also you gotta move on with the software and stuff. So it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah, what I was saying actually. Yeah, I was talking. So like the machines that you have hacked, you could use them like instead of connecting directly, because if you connect directly, they could actually get you, right? They can know that you're connecting, so it's easy to actually track you down and find your IP, and then you're screwed, right? So because from your IP, they could actually know your location. They can know your location. They can know a lot of crazy information about you, and then you're screwed. So that's why what you do, for example, is connect through VPNs or like multiple machines that you have hacked or something like that. And then like let's say you have 3 computers, A, B, and C, right? You connect through A, and A connect through B, and B connect through C, and then C connects to your target. And then there's also DDoS attack, which is like basically let's say you have a lot of computers, like uh, and then basically all of those computers tries to constantly bombard a server with a lot of requests, right? So what happens to the server is that it gets all of this massive huge amount of requests at the same time for an extended period of time, and you basically kind of like block the server, and you may be even able to shut down the server just by that, by basically like the computer have like servers have a finite amount of processing power. They can only handle as much users and as much requests a second, So that's basically one of the attacks theories. But anyways, the main services and programs of a computer, and it's actually very important to know, even as a to just know at least the basics of security, like cybersecurity. Especially for me as a programmer, I do know a little bit, like for example, how to work with networked apps, as to prevent cheating, for example. Once upon a time, guys made a virus and closed the irregular photo, and when you download the photo, your computer gets hacked. Yeah, that's also possible. So because your image viewer is also a program, so it also could contain some vulnerabilities, and a hacker could like do something with the image, because at the end of the day, an image is just binary code, right? That gets parsed through and like decoded by an image viewer. So if that image viewer have some sort of vulnerability that the hacker can actually exploit through that image, then yeah, they could do that. So the main services and programs of the computer depend on libraries they have installed. For example, SSH server has the libsshso library installed in the system. Okay, these libraries usually have vulnerabilities that can be attacked to gain access to the machine. Next. As these vulnerabilities are exploited, library developers will discover, and that's why, by the way, a lot of people are moving on to Rust instead of C++ and C. Like, for example, Microsoft is really heavily betting on Rust. They're moving a lot of their stuff into Rust because with C and C++, you just have a lot of memory problems. And with memory problems also comes vulnerabilities like buffer overflow, buffer underflow, and there's also data races. There's all sorts of crazy stuff like in binary exploitation space and all crazy crazy stuff. Anyways, and Rust basically tries to mitigate a lot of these problems by the borrow checker. But yeah, I really love Rust. It's pretty much my favorite programming language at this point. As these vulnerabilities are exploited, library developers will discover and patch them, publishing updates so that any system administrator can patch it. All right, library developers. So as you can see, me as a programmer, I will discover and patch it. So once I patch it, to get the patch, you need to update your software. That's why you need to make sure that all your software is constantly being updated to the latest as much as possible. So yeah, so that any system administrator can patch it. Due to the nature of the software development, library updates will bring new errors and vulnerabilities that users may exploit. And yeah, it's a never-ending cycle. So like, when it comes to security, like you always have vulnerabilities. It's kind of crazy because otherwise, if you don't want to have vulnerabilities, then what you could do is to just like no one have access to that thing. And so it's useless at that point. So as long as you have access somehow, then you probably have some vulnerabilities somewhere. With photography, it can pack large files into photos. I did tests 8 years ago. Yeah, there's also like some malicious groups that could actually pass images like through social networks, and those images looks like normal, like for you as a normal guy, but they could actually contain some encoded messages there. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's something I guess you keep in mind. It does have a name though. I don't remember what the name is. Let me let's see, hold on. Encoding image, coding message. I don't know what the yeah, exactly. Steganography, I think, can be used for digital watermarking, in which a message being simply identified as hidden in an image. There you go. So that source can be tracked or verified. There you go. Yeah, steganography. So you could basically encode messages into images. Image of a tree with a steganographically hidden image. The hidden image is revealed by removing all but the two least significant bits of each color component, and the subsequent normalization. The hidden image is shown below. So as a normal person, you would see this image like a normal thing, like a normal tree, but it actually contains some hidden message. It's quite crazy, but anyways. Due to the nature of software development, library updates, okay, will be safer than others. However, the latest version is not necessarily the safest. Well, that's actually true, yeah. The latest version is not necessarily the safest. That's actually true. These are flowers, bro. Oh, those are flowers? Or trees? Trees. Those are trees, I think. To search for exploits in the store, you have to select the library and the version you want to hack. Okay, after pressing search, a list will appear with the exploits published at that time. Flowers? Really? I don't know. Should I touch grass or should you guys touch grass? I don't know. Either one of these, I'm not sure. Of a tree, bro. You have made me question my sanity at some point. There you go, tree. Okay, so you can classify the exploits into two classes: local use and remote use. You can classify remote exploits are those that can be run from any computer to attack any remote machine connected to the internet. This type of vulnerability is reserved for libraries of programs that have services open to the outside, such as SSH, FTP, SMTP. Oh my bad, bro. Should have trusted you after all. You were the master. This type of vulnerability is reserved for. This is really annoying. This emojis thing. It really blocks my view on the comments. This is the lowest level of These type of vulnerabilities reserved for libraries of programs that have services open to the outside, such as SSH, FTP, SMTP, and SQL. In the description of the exploit in the store, it is detailed what type of permissions are obtained if the exploit is executed successfully. Okay, so basically every exploit like they differ on their severity because like some exploit could give you, for example, just guest access, which you're gonna have very little permissions, and then you have to somehow use some other exploit to actually escalate your access. So like you could use, for example, some like some vulnerability, some remote vulnerability, some remote use vulnerability or exploit to gain at least access to the machine, a local access to the machine, right? Although you don't have a lot of permissions. And then after that, you could use a local exploit, local use exploit to actually gain permission escalation to, instead of being just like, let's say, guest or some user that doesn't have a lot of permissions, you gain access to root. And at that point, you can basically you get access to the whole thing, right? Anyways, emojis piss me off too. For example, if executing an exploit gives you access to a terminal on the victim's computer, depending on the type of exploit, it will have root, guest, or common user access to the machine. The exploits of local use can only be executed from the victim's machine, since they use vulnerabilities in the libraries of the OS, such as init.so, kernel module, oh yeah, the kernel, and net.so that do not have direct access to the outside. How to make a shoppable tree in Roblox. That was my first video when it comes to programming. My first video. It's been 6 years ago. Like if you check out my first video, you're gonna find a chicken voice. I was actually very young at that point. So this means that in order to successfully run a local exploit, you also will see how I evolved on my, like, let's say English, so I'm not a native English speaker, How to protect file server in the public domain. Oh, well, I can't really give you that advice because I'm not an ethical hacker. How to protect file server in the public domain. There is a lot of ways, but yeah, like you cannot just do it in a gameplay video. This means that in order to successfully run a local exploit, you first need to have gained access, at least as a guest, to the remote machine. Usually this type of exploits are used to escalate, there you go, privileges on the remote machine. For example, if you have access to the victim's machine, but only with the guest account, you will not be able to do much. But you can upload a local exploit to the victim's machine that gives you root privileges. It's all about root. Since some vulnerabilities require that specific behaviors occur in the program in order to exploit it, some exploits need certain requirements to be met in order to run successfully. It is advisable to save some money and hire a rented server. Here in this game, you could even hire a rented server. You could also pay for network. Currently, we're just cracking a Wi-Fi here. It is advisable to save some money and hire a rented server, or you can do your test and prepare the next. Oh yeah, so you could like hire a server, like a rented server, basically. I don't know why they said hire or rented. Just call it rent server. Anyways, and then you could basically test on your own machine, and that's how you should do it in terms of ethical hacking. If you don't want to get in trouble, of course. What you should do is that you should actually test on your own network and on your own machine, unless if you get permission from the user of whatever you have or you want to test, basically. Anyway, because basically there's like black hat hackers, gray hat hackers, and there's also white hat hackers. White hat hackers are like called ethical hackers, and basically what happens is white hat hackers or ethical hackers. What they do is that they get hired by companies, for example, to actually test their systems, to test their network and stuff, and to give vulnerabilities or sometimes to even fix them and basically just scan the system. So they have permission and they actually on the good side of the equation, right? They actually protect the system. Using by trying to hack into the system, they can identify the vulnerabilities and tell the company or even do it themselves, fix it themselves. And that's white hat hackers. There's on the other side of the spectrum, there's a black hat hackers, and these like uh, the ones that do some crazy stuff without permission, you know. And these are the hackers that you see in movies and stuff usually. And then there's gray hat hackers, which is in the middle. It's like you just do whatever convenient for you. Sometimes you're on the good side, sometimes you are on the on the bad side. It just depends on your mood, I guess. At least that's how I understand it. What is the difference between red teaming and ethical hacking? Red teaming, I don't know what's that, honestly. Good, neutral, and chaos hackers. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to the next one. When you select an exploit to buy it, you have the option to download the source code or the compiled version. Interesting. If you want to download the exploit source code to review and compile it yourself with the code editor, click the source code version box. If instead you want to download the exploit ready to be used in the terminal, leave the box unchecked. Okay, so this is actually quite interesting because as a programmer, yeah, I deal a lot with source code and I compile my programs and stuff, right? So the thing is about this is the fact that if you get some program, right, and you don't trust the program, what you should do is you shouldn't get a compiled binary. You shouldn't get a compiled binary. You should actually get the source code of the program. Of course, if it's open source. If it's not open source, if you cannot get hold of the source code, then you're screwed. You will either just have to risk it or just to not use the program in the first place, to not download it in the first place, to not install it in your system. Though if you have the source code, you can actually go ahead and check the source code for yourself or hire someone to check it for you to see if the source code doesn't have any malicious activity, like, you know, some malware rootkit or whatever. So yeah, so basically, for example, here, this is basically supposed to be in the game, like kind of like the deep web, where basically you cannot really trust anyone and everyone is anonymous. So if someone screw you up, like you don't even know, you have no information about that person. So you have to actually get the source code because you cannot really trust anyone. Otherwise, while you're trying to hack someone, you can get hacked. It's like when you want to crack something, like some application or something like that, and you end up being hacked yourself by getting a virus or something. Wait, but if everyone's anonymous, then how do the admins catch you? They catch you because you are logged in into their system and there is traces of you being there. Like if an admin sees a file is not there, or let's say they see that a shell got obtained, someone got access to actually run commands. Like when you get a shell, like when you connect to a remote machine, like here I'm connected to a remote machine, what happens is that the system actually logs you. The system logs you that you have connected and get a shell. If the admin actually sees that, they would notice that something is suspicious. And at that point, they would actually get suspicious and track you down actively. That's what an active trace is. Because when you connect and the log is being updated that you have connected with the shell, that's called a passive trace. Now, once the admin sees that passive trace, they will get suspicious and then try and start investigating and start to track you down. And that's when an active trace happens. And that's where you may get screwed. So hopefully that answers your question. So there's also a lot of crazy stuff otherwise. Like for example, there's honeypots. I think that's what they're called, or honey something. I don't remember honestly. It's been a long time since I've checked this stuff. Uh, I think it's honeypot. Yeah, exactly. It's a honeypot, right? So in computer terminology, a honeypot is a computer security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in some manner counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Well, honestly, if I didn't know honeypot, I wouldn't understand anything from this definition. But to put it simply, yeah, it's basically like a trap, right? So what happens is that you have some machine, like some target, right, in your system, and the hacker would be lured by that thing, right? And they would try to attack that. Now, once they attack it, that's actually what you want. Because if they attack it, like you basically catch them up, right? Because that's like a trap, right? They will step in something that should never happen. And so, like for example, like on Roblox, like there's a lot of cheaters. Like Roblox, you make actual networked games, right? So you have to care about cheaters and stuff like this, right? So there is remote events. These remote events, like in Roblox, there's these remote events, right? And you use these remote events to connect between the server and the client, right? Now, the cheaters, what they do is that they use these remote events that you have in the game. They try to use them and find out how they work so they could use it to connect, like to tell the server to do stuff so they could cheat, right? And if you don't have good security, they would get what they want. Otherwise, there's a lot of ways. So the way to actually counteract cheating is by not trusting the client. The server should be the authority. Everything should be verified by the server, because everything in the machine, in the client, in the machine of the player, you don't have any control over it. For example, the camera of the player is in the client, so you really don't have any control over that. Like literally, like, because basically that client is actually in the memory of the user, right? So they could do all sorts of crazy stuff with it. You just cannot trust them. Like for example, there is one interesting thing that I found out on a lot of games, a lot of networked games, is what happens is that let's say you have some mechanic in the game where like you hide stuff. Like, let's say you have some cave where you have like a wall, and that wall could either have a monster behind it or a treasure. Okay, so the player have to actually dig that wall to find out, is it a monster or is it a treasure, right? So what could happen is that the user could cheat by actually using their camera, right? There, because the camera is in the client, it's local. You don't have any control over it because it's not the server. So what they could do, they could actually change the position of the camera to see what's behind that rock, right? To see if it's a treasure or if it's a monster, right? So what you should actually do to prevent that is that like the thing, that object shouldn't be there, even like it shouldn't be there at all, like because you should assume that the user could actually do this trick of actually taking the camera and putting it there and seeing what happens. So what you should do is that you should only replicate that object, that treasure or monster, until the user is actually, you want them to be able to see it, right? And that's how it happens basically. So like the client shouldn't have, instead of having that object but invincible, they shouldn't have it at all in the first place in their machine until they actually can see it. Then you could send it to them from the server, and when it's time to actually hide that object, you destroy it from the client and you just forget about it until you need it again. Then you send it again from the server. This is the way to do it. So yeah, pretty much. Hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if this makes sense or I'm just I'm just talking in thin air. But yeah, pretty much. All right, so let's actually continue the game, I guess. What we're doing. Yeah, I was talking about the honeypots. Yeah, I think we have done with that, right? Yeah, I didn't actually continue my explanation. So why I actually mentioned this? Because in remote events in Roblox, what we could do, for example, is that we could make a remote event that we don't use in our game. Like in our scripts as a developer, I won't use that remote event, but I'm just gonna leave that remote event as a trap. If a hacker tries to use that remote event, like let's say I'm gonna call this remote event, I'm gonna call it add money or add credits. And then when they can try to use that remote event to tell the server to add the money to them so they can cheat, I'm gonna catch them up. So I'm just gonna ban them at that point because as a developer, I don't use that remote event. I just put it there. So if anyone actually use it or try to use it, I know that that's a hacker because as a developer myself, I'm not gonna use that remote event. Hopefully that makes sense. Let me know, guys, if that makes any sense. Question: if I install a virtual machine on my computer and through it I can hack your website, it works? Um, Not really. Not really. So a virtual machine could indeed protect you from, like, let's say, for example, you want to try some virus, right? And so what you could do, you could make a new virtual machine, right? And then you could try that virus on that virtual machine. And yeah, that wouldn't really affect your host machine, which is your own machine. It will only affect the virtual machine. And at that point, you could just scrap that virtual machine and just start a new virtual machine. And yeah, you're protected from that. Though that's not 100% because the virtual machine itself have vulnerabilities, or at least can have vulnerabilities. And if it can have them, it probably will. So they could be that there's some vulnerability or some exploit that would make it gain access from the virtual machine to your host machine. Though I think that's kind of rare, but like it is possible. Right? That's the first thing. Though usually that's not the case. But the thing is, what you have said here is that you said that you can hack my website, right? The problem with that is that you're going to use your network to hack my website, right? And then, well, I have your network. So it doesn't matter if you're connecting from a VM or if you're connecting from whatever. You're still connecting from your home network. So, like, you haven't really done anything interesting. Do you understand what I mean there? There was a video on the internet where a guy gains access to a computer through Rage multiplayer, manages files and has the right to delete files. On the internet where a guy gains access to a computer through Rage multiplayer, manage files. Where is Rage multiplayer? I don't know that. Has the right to delete files. My man, thank you for stream. I need to go now. I'm self-learning CS. Subscribe next time. Let's make a speed. Thank you so much. You're welcome anytime. Have fun learning computer science. It's pretty fun. And have good luck. Okay. So I think, yeah, if there's no questions, I can continue with the game right now. All right, so we have done this mission. Great, so we don't need this anymore. Oh yeah, actually, let's try something more interesting now. So we have hacked the mail. And in fact, we could connect with through the mail. Oh, I don't have enough memory. Okay, hold on. Yeah. When you select an exploit to buy, you have the option to okay, next. Libraries often have more hidden vulnerabilities than those found in exploits published in hack shops. These vulnerabilities can be scanned with the Scanland tool to program your own exploits. Ooh, as a programmer, that's delicious. If you're interested in programming, check the scripting, of course, section in the manual for more information. This is all for now. You can close this window. Finally, the tutorial is done. Okay, so great. Let's see. Okay, I have a lot of programs and I don't have enough memory in this VM. This is kind of like a VM in some sense, although it's actually just a game, right? Anyways, so notepad.exe. All right. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. Root. Asadov. We could even get access to other users. But let's start interestingly. Let's do something interesting here. So we have the mail, we have the bank of this user. Okay. All right. Config. So this game is gray hack, right? So we can do just anything that is convenient to us, I guess. All right, so let's connect to the other users and get their credentials too. But how we can do it? Well, since we are the root, we could do anything we want. In fact, we do have the passwords, all right? Like we have the hashed passwords here. So it's in here actually, yeah. Let's go to etc. Does the game explain why there is a Linux file structure, but I can still see a bunch of exe files? Has Linux started supporting? Yeah, it's like I think it just shows exe because it's familiar to most users. But in Linux, of course, or in Unix file systems, executables doesn't have exe extension. They just like no extension, basically. Yeah. Linux file, like the tutorial did talk a bit about the file structure, and there's actually a manual here, and you may find a lot of stuff about this here. Let's see, websites, terminal program, visual programs. I don't know if they have something interesting here. But they surely have talked a bit about the Unix file system in the start. Although I told the game that I already know Unix stuff, so it didn't show me all of it. So yeah. All right, so what I wanted here, pass WD, yeah. Let me grab this guy. And let's get the other. So we have hacked wish. Let's hack this guy now. Okay, where's that? Come on, I don't have enough RAM. We need to upgrade our memory. Okay, that suck. Right, fine. Let's just do this. Let's open. Come on. What do I have open? Remove this guy. Browser. I'm going to save this website here. DNS spoofing. Notice, by the way, that this doesn't have like a domain. It's just an IP, because usually in the deep web, you don't have domains. Usually they're just like IPs. And that's basically it. And they just change from time to time. And you just got to figure out what is the IP. From someone, I guess, or somehow. Anyways. Usually they use Tor browser, but anyways. Because it basically puts you at layers of security. It's like instead of connecting directly to the website, you connect through a lot of layers, just like an onion. So like an onion have a lot of layers. That's like the Tor browser. So like you connect to computer A, to computer B, to computer C, to computer D, and then you connect to etc. until you can connect to the actual website. So as you can imagine, it's pretty slow, but it's more secure. It's harder to track you down, essentially. But anyways. All right, cool. The nodes can be anywhere in the world, so it's mad slow though. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So let's see. So we have the pass WD, right? No, let's do this. And let's just right now actually say, actually, do we really need that? We actually don't need it. We already have root. My bad, I forgot. We already have root, so we don't even need password of anyone. We could just, get their own stuff directly. So like here we could go to, what is it? Home, yeah, home. There you go, config, and we could get the bank and mail details from here. Let's rename mail to bank to, and let's just grab these files here. Close bank to. There you go. Let's see if there's anything else we have missed. Guest config. It's a game, so let's have. All right. Guest. I don't think there's anything interesting here. Yeah. And that's pretty much it, I think. Is there anything else? apt sources. These are the libraries. These are the libraries. Yes. Xorg, the Xorg windowing system. I actually use this in Linux to program, like to actually create windows. So var this is the log. I think I've already, yeah, I already deleted my traces, so we don't have to do that. Root is there is no, there isn't. Bin, these are the programs. Boot, okay, that is very cool. Server, ooh, they have a server here. Decode.bin sshd code conf. You can actually hack websites in this game. It's crazy. We'll see. SHD. Anyways, I think I'm done with this machine, so let's just disconnect from it. And right now I just disconnected from the remote machine. I already have removed my traces from the log, so that's good. And I haven't deleted any files or whatever. So anyways, so right now we already got what we need. So let's see, I don't need these password stuff anymore, I think. Pass W. Actually, let's leave it. Yeah, let's leave it. One interesting thing that a lot of hackers do is that they keep the passwords and stuff, they like the hashes they got, and they keep it in tables so they could use it later on. Like they could basically construct, like, you know, when data breach happens, for example, why that's problematic, because when a data breach happens, a lot of times what happens is that this data get leaked to the public, right? Or to some group of hackers, or like in deep web or something. And what happens is that they could use that data to do all sorts of stuff. Like they could use it to extract hashes, right? And to construct rainbow tables, to construct passwords that they could use to brute force and all sorts of crazy stuff. They could use your data. They could use it to like do social engineering on some of your like people that are close to you or in your work or something. So it's pretty crazy stuff. That's why data breaches are a big deal. So yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. Would it be possible to poison the apt file sources as an attack? I honestly don't know. I haven't played this game for a long time, and even when I played it, I didn't play it for like, it was still at the beginnings. Like there's probably a lot of updates, so I'm not really sure. We're gonna see. Notes can be okay, but I downloaded the Tor browser. You already entered the US cap. It is dangerous. Yeah, you'd never know. Like it's crazy. It's just a crazy world, right? Anyways, let's hack the bank, I guess. Right. I don't think I need a disclaimer. I'm just playing a game, right? Mm-hmm. The Cypher. Well, let's go to desktop first. Mm-hmm. The cypherbank.txt. Though, of course, in the real world, it's not just as simple as saying bank.txt and the cypherbank. Oh my. I don't think the bank information gets stored in your, maybe in cookies, like they store some cookies, right? Possibly. Maybe. I wish Kraken hash was this easy. Yeah, exactly. And the weird thing is that even though I'm deciphering that thing, but I'm not consuming any CPU for some reason. An actual brute force, like it would max out your CPU or maybe even your GPU. There's a program that actually does this hashing stuff in the GPU, because your GPU just have a lot of processors. They could process a lot of hashes at once. Good game for Program Scripts World. Yeah, I knew that game, but I don't like games that have subscription, honestly. All right, hold on a second, go back. So yeah, what is the program that is used for hashing or for in the GPU? Oopsies. Either hashing or I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember what the program name is called. Uh, no, brute force hash or cracking. Yeah, cracking hash is right. Cracking hashes. Yeah, GPU function crack. Okay, let's see. Hashcats. I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's hashcat. Right. Hashcat. There you go. Hashcat is a password recovery tool. It had a proprietary code base until 2015, but was then released as open source software. Versions are available for Linux, macOS, and Windows. There you go. So it uses even the GPU to actually do this brute force stuff and cracking, which is crazy. Now, you may think that you could like just ban these programs. Password recovery. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you could think that you could ban these programs, but you cannot. Because the thing is, these programs could also be used in the good. Like you could use them for the good. I'm not sure what you could use Hashcat for in the good, but I mean, apparently they call it password recovery. So there you go. Like it's just like a knife. Like you could either use it for the good or the bad. That's why these programs don't get banned or something. Even if they banned it, like they could always do it in the deep web and stuff. Anyways, so I don't personally use the deep web, and I just don't really need it personally. I'm just a programmer. Uh, Even if I do, though, I won't tell you. Just saying. All right, so that's just to say that even like an actual hacker probably wouldn't really tell you that they are actually a hacker. That's the thing. They're anonymous. They're supposed to be anonymous. Uh, yeah. It's like even the disk, for example, and when like even if you delete files, they don't actually get deleted. Like it's like in Mr. Robot, like there's a scene, if I remember, where like he actually, I think he destroyed the disk, like he destroys the disk of his computer. Because the thing is, when you delete files, they don't really get deleted. They're still there. The data is still there. It's just that the metadata that gets deleted from the file system. So if someone really wants to, they could actually recover that data or those files. So what happens, you could actually zero that memory. There is some tools to actually zero that memory instead of just deleting the files. And that's why actually it's actually pretty fast to delete files, because you're not really erasing the data, you're just removing the pointer to that data in some sense. So I love how everyone in IT has seen Mr. Robot. I didn't really watch the whole thing. I just watched some scenes, and that's just it basically. But yeah, basically you could use some tools to actually zero the data from the files, and yeah, pretty much it takes some time. But even that, even when you zero out the actual memory, but the thing is, the hard drive could still have, like, depends on how it works, like does it use magnetic stuff, or you could still, even if you're hardcore, you could still recover stuff from it, right? That's why in that scene they have actually destroyed the whole disk. And like even when some servers, for example, wants to actually just like get rid of a disk like a storage disk from their server, they actually destroy it. They don't just throw in the trash. Password recovery tool. Yeah. All right. So let's just continue the game. All right. The deleted files just get marked as free space. Exactly. Yeah. And overwrite it when a program needs that. Exactly. Yeah. Pretty much. Of course, that depends on the file system, but that's usually the case, right? Because there's multiple types of file system. There's NTFS, which is used by Windows. There is like what is it? What is else? Linux. What it uses again? I forgot the name. Like the most common one. There is a most common file system on Linux. Hold on. Nah, not FAT32. FAT32 is usually used for, yeah, it's used for the boot section, I think, of the system, if I remember. And also it's used for USBs. So like FAT32 is basically kind of like cross-platform. So you could use that in Linux and in Windows, basically, and in Mac OS, etc. I'm not sure about Mac OS though. Mac OS is kind of weird. They always go crazy. But yeah, basically use that for cross-platform because it's pretty simple. So it's usually used for USBs, for example. But hold on. Yeah, Linux actually is ext4 usually. The most common one is ext4 file system. There you go. Let's go. Yeah, some crazy stuff right here. It's actually pretty complicated a bit. What is the best computer configuration for hacking? Xeon top? Well, it really depends. Really depends. Like the best machine you can get, pretty much. But it really depends on what you want to do. So like, for example, if you're going to do a lot of brute forcing, then you really going to need a beefy GPU and the CPU, right? So to do the brute force, like the faster your CPU, the more brute forcing, like the faster you could do brute forcing, basically, and the faster you could do everything, right? But it really depends. Really depends. Restored the disk myself after a full format, and I was glad that there's such programs. Yeah, pretty much. And that's why, actually, by the way, like if you go to some files here, like let's say this disk, right? So if you say format, okay, so it doesn't allow me. But basically, when you try to format it, it tells you, do you want a full format or just a fast format? Now, a fast format, it basically just removes all the entries from the file system, right? So it doesn't really erase the data. And I think full format probably erases the data, but I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on that. All right. What about, let's see some tool that erases files completely. So apparently there's maybe this bit eraser, file eraser, software that permanent. Is there some open source ones? I'm not sure. I've never really needed such a thing, honestly. Best file eraser. But yeah, you could probably find a lot of programs out there like that. But yeah, pretty much. So let's go back to the game, I guess. So here we got bank, the bank stuff. The password is shipper1. Though the problem is, what is the username? Oh, I guess it's the username would probably be the which one did we use? Hold on. Bank 2. Okay, hold on. Password, no. Let's remove this guy. Delete. Oh, permission denied. Okay. Asadov. Okay, Asadov. So, all right. Oh yeah, this is the mail actually. I see. I see. So what we used here, which hash this is? Oh, this is the actual password, I think. No, we don't need that. Let's actually get the bank, for example. And let's just copy this. Let's put it here. Though we don't actually need to do this. We could just directly do that. Hold on. We could just say this. Cypher. Oh, I've already done that actually. Cypherbank.txt, yeah. So right now, let's actually go to a bank. To a bank website. Whatever website, I guess. Unless if they have done some updates or something, I don't know. And then you go to login, the account number. I think the account number is probably this, but I'm not sure. And then the password is the deciphered password from the hash. Login. There you go. It's pretty poor. $25 in the account. Okay, so from account unknown, transaction at reason electricity bill amount minus $225. Is really the electricity, is that expensive in the US? Really? Transaction at from account unknown, shop upgrade, shop purchase. Should we get the $25 or Risk it all to get 25. Exactly. Restore the disk. Oh yeah. Well, you know, it's a game. Let's forget about the ethics. Amount $24. Oh my god. Destination amount. Mm-mm-mm. Let's actually go to another browser and let's open up our own bank. I don't know how much money I have myself. Log in. Ooh, what is my account number though? Huh. Oh, I actually didn't make an account yet. Okay, let's go to a bank and let's register. Email address, code de taco, yeah. Onti much. I don't know what's that. Anyways, choose a password. ABC123, the best password in the world. Create account. Your account number is this. Okay, fine. Log in. Let's log into our. Okay, I have just $0. I'm poor, so but that wouldn't be the. But like, I don't know how the game works on. Like, if you actually send the money to another bank, like, why it doesn't track you down then? Pass me 20 bucks. 25 bucks. Okay, so what is my actual account? Here you go. But how can I copy it? Yeah, how can I copy my bank account stuff? Like this, yeah. Okay, let's get that. Destination account and new transaction. Transaction success. I don't know if the game actually can try, like, you can lose the game by doing this. I'm not sure. Mm, So there you go. There you go. All right, so that's it for that one. Now let's go to the next one, I guess. Bank 2, bank 2.txt. All right. If you guys have any questions, especially for programming, let me know. The Cypher bank 2.txt browser. Maybe we could make some script to actually like automate this stuff. Automate, like, doing this weird stuff. We'll see. I don't know. Right, bank 2. Come on, it's pretty slow. By the way, let's see some real, you know, real, like, normal shop. And this is the normal shop. Okay, so you could get some normal tools like Nmap to scan remote IPs to find open. Yeah, this is used a lot, right? Nmap. HTTP server to actually, you could actually create a server in this game, HTTP server, especially in online, you know, you could create a server and other players could try to hack you or something. It's pretty cool. And you could actually do even HTML and stuff here. So it's pretty cool stuff. And here you could actually buy hardware, like, to actually make it more speedy, and have more size, because and the quality and stuff. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Here's some cards, Wi-Fi cards. Monitor support, no. Monitor support, yes. For example, this one we cannot use it for hacking. It doesn't support monitor. You get any password recovery tools other than the Cypher? I mean, probably could actually buy it. Probably buy exploits. Hold on. So here's the hack shop. And there's the tools here. There's the Cypher, which we already have. There's admin monitor. This is what we use to monitor all the networks to which the user is connected. Notifies if any administrator is active in the network and notifies if the user is being tracked by the administrator. I think you could probably, in online mode, you could probably like create programs and just sell them in the shop. I don't know, but if that's the case, that's pretty cool. And at that point, you really need to see the source code and make sure you're not getting hacked. But I think in the normal game, I don't think like there is some bad software in the shop, I think, but I don't know. Monitors on networks too, so which the users connecting this device. So this costs $15. Right now we have $25. And what is this? That you can also use to purchase this item. There you have scan router. Gotta go now. Thanks so much for the stream, Master. Goodbye. Have a good day or night. And thank you for tuning in. See ya in another stream. Thanks. Scanner, scan lib, analyze and provide libraries to search for vulnerabilities. We have a sniffer, we have R shell server, a reverse shell, I guess. Yeah, there you go. R shell interface, meta exploit. Ooh. Meta exploit, crypto SO, and librshell SO. All right, these are the tools. And then there's even exploits. Depending on the library, you could select the library. And then you could select the version of that library that you're targeting and see if there's some exploits for that library. That's pretty cool stuff. And there's some jobs here. And there's CTF. This is new. I didn't see it when I was playing like long time ago. Here you can complete missions created by other players, as well as create them to earn extra money. Ooh, you could actually, what? In online mode, you could actually make missions so other players can actually do it for you and you pay them. What? That is very cool. This is new. Like CTFs, when I played back then, a long time ago, this wasn't a thing, like CTF thing. Here you can complete missions created by other, as well as create them to earn extra money. By accepting one of these missions, a virtual network will be generated where you can access to complete it. Oh, I think these just are like CTFs, not really actual missions, isn't it? Okay. As you cannot access the outside from them, CTFs are only available in multiplayer mode as they require interaction with other players. Yeah, I see. So these are just like normal real life CTFs, right? It would be cool though if like you could actually post a job in multiplayer and someone else could do it. I don't know if that's the case. That's interesting. But the problem with that is that how you're gonna make sure that the players actually, like for example, when someone do the job, you get paid back and stuff. I don't know how that would work. Anyways, Gerson. Okay, so let's see this now. Browsers, go again to the bank. Ooh, oh my bad. Therefore no results. Okay. Log in. Now let's grab. What is it called? Bank 2. Yeah. Ah, come on. Oh, I have all of these stuff on. I need to upgrade my RAM. This is annoying. It really reminds me of my, like, before I upgraded my computer. It's like, bruh, you have done well if you want. It's like I start with 2 gigs of RAM, then I upgrade to 4 gigs, then I upgrade to 8 gigs, and then right now I'm in 24 gigs. So yeah, and honestly, I think 16 gigs is more than enough, probably. For most cases, though, at least. And of course, 32 is probably an overkill, but should be enough for pretty much most of the things that, a home computer would do, right? But yeah. All right, so you have done well if you want to work. I don't need this. So right now, let's see, we have bank 2. And let's just copy this. Ooh. Yeah, this is kind of buggy, no? There you go. Oopsies. Copy, paste, login. $5. Perform transaction amount. Account number I need. Okay, let's enter the browser again. Go to bank. I need to store this, honestly. Hold on. Add current. Okay, login. Login. Oh, actually, don't log in. Hold on. Give me this account number. Let's make new transaction. There you go. And that's how you do it. Now we got $30, I think. I don't know if we can actually upgrade. Let's get a shop. Let's actually save this too. So there you go. Is there anything interesting we could actually buy right now with $30? I don't think there is. Let's see. There's this guy, $13. It's a disc. I don't think I need a disc though. 100%. Is there RAM? RAM. Okay, cool. But what is my actual specs? Hold on. Where is the specs? Preferences, help, programs. Preferences, okay. Hardware installation. There you go, nice. So we got a CPU generic 253 watts, speed 1 gigahertz, 1 core, socket DGA, quality 5 out of 10, health 96%. Ooh, what's gonna happen if my CPU broke? Generic memory. So we have 128 memory, a megabyte of RAM, and DDR1. Wi-Fi card, monitor support. Cool. Here we have a hard drive, generic. Okay. And here, a power supply. Cool. So I need to upgrade my RAM, honestly. It's very annoying. 128 mix. Let's see. I only have $30 though, so I cannot really upgrade it just yet. So anyways. All right. So I think let's get a job. Let's get a job, I guess. Now let's just, I think, remove. Hold on. Motherboard. Full network card. Okay, anyways, let's just go out of this. We don't need this. We don't need, oopsies. We don't need this. Terminal. We don't need this now. And we don't need this. Oh, I'm still connected. What? But hold on, let me make sure that I haven't missed anything. Right, bin is it? Var log. Okay, no. Wait. So let's just disconnect from here, and there you go. So now let's go find a job, I guess. Jobs, main jobs, and corrupt data. So reputation is this reputation, I guess? 0. Holly's police record. The client wants to modify the information of a police record. The client wants the remote machine to stop working. How do we corrupt some machine? Get remote file. I guess maybe remove some library or something. I don't know. Or maybe corrupt the BIOS. I don't know. Get remote file. The client wants you to get a file from, or maybe remove some files. I don't know. To get a file from the victim. Academic changes, credentials needed. Want to access the remote machine. Police academic changes. Find and delete remote file. Get remote file. Yeah, these are the types of stuff that you could do in single player, seems like. The clients want you to get, I'm not sure what this reputation rep means. Corrupt data, get remove file. So which one should we do? Let's see. Let's just go with credentials needed, I guess. This gives us $220. And yeah, let's see. So we got a mail right now, great. And let's see what we got. The clients want the login credentials of the user burgers. The remote IP of the victim is this. It's important that you access the correct machine behind the public IP. The victim's IP LAN is 172.16.17.8. Now what they're saying here, because basically in the router, like, or network essentially, you have public IP and you have a local IP, right? So the public IP is your router's IP, right? So it's what you use to actually connect to the other people in the, like, to other websites and other machines in the public network, in the internet, right? A local IP is basically the IP inside of your own network, right? Now, the thing is, what happens is that, let's say you try to access some website like Google, for example. What happens is that you send a request to your router, right? Then your router goes ahead, requests Google, right? Send the request to Google. Google then send back the response to your router. And then your router, what happens is that it routes that response back to the local IP that actually sent that original request, you know. So it sends it back to the local IP, right? So that's how it happens. Let me try to see if I can actually hold on. If I see actually Scanland here, I think I've got it. Hold on. User bin, is it? Scan. There you go. Okay, let me show you here actually. If I can, let's see. What is this? Show. Okay, nice. Show subnets. Nice. Okay, so here we have the actual internet, right? This is where we all connect through, right? Is the stream fine, by the way? Seems good to me. Okay. So here we have the router, okay? So this is the router. You have this. This seems like a local IP for me. Interesting. Show the subnet. I see. Well, anyways, so but this is basically the IP of the router. But why it doesn't tell me the public IP though? It's interesting. Weird. I think this is the local IP. This is the gateway basically. So, anyways, and then here's my own client. Like here's my own machine. So here's my IP address in the game, of course. The gateway is this. So this is the gateway, right? And we also have another computer in the network. Interesting. Anyways, it doesn't seem to give the public IP for whatever reason, maybe. Anyways. All right, so let's actually continue. Okay, let's see how we can do this well. Of the user burgers. Okay. So let's see how we can do this. Let's try first who is maybe burg who is domain name, email address. Domain name, phone. So this is the admin. So it's not the admin, right? Okay. So let's try social networking and see if that works. I think it would work, but let's see. Login issues, for example, and to the administrator email. So I think it's just going to be like the other one. To username, Burgess, Ipsies. Come on. Bruh, this is annoying. Okay. Okay. And let's send and see what's going to happen. Hey, I just checked. There you go. We got the password daddy. Okay. And let's see. Terminal. How are we gonna do this? Let's create a new mail, I guess. No, we already got the password right now. Cool. So let's actually SSH into it. But hold on, can we actually SSH? We need to know if SSH is actually open though. I think it would be open. But either way, let's actually get nmap so we could know if the SSH is open or not. So tools. And also I'm gonna get this admin monitor. Of course, I'm gonna need this. Okay, let's buy this because this is important. Because the first one, I think it was kind of like just a tutorial, so it wasn't a big deal. Right now, I think the game would start to actually do cool stuff. Let's see, USR bin. Let's save this here. Okay. We have downloaded that file. Cool. So we could right now open admin monitor and we could just keep it here and like watch out for if any active trace happens essentially. So that's nice. What is else? There's connects to a router via its local or public IP and print out extended information such as firewall configuration, kernel version, crazy stuff. But what I really need right now is Nmap. Yeah, Nmap is in the normal shop. Just like in real life, you can install Nmap. Like you don't have to go to you know, to the deep web to install Nmap. It's pretty much you could just it's not a big deal. Like you could just look for Nmap. It's an actual program. Here you go. It's a network scanner created by Gordon Leon. It's used to discover hosts. So Nmap, it's not just for, black hat hacking. It's just like a knife, you could use it for the good, you could use it for the bad. Like white hat hackers, right, use it for protecting, like for looking for vulnerabilities, for protecting companies and stuff. But there you go, free security scanner. So you could just get it here, like you could install it, Windows, blah blah. In fact, I have scope, so I could just say scope install nmap, and it would just install nmap for me in my own machine. Updating main bucket. Hopefully it wouldn't break anything by updating something. uh, because like scope is not like Linux package managers. I just baked in, like just glued in. Please install npcap by manually running, otherwise nmap will not function completely. Okay. By manually running, interesting, okay. Oops. How can I run it though? Let's see. Yeah, you just install it like but honestly, let's not do this since it may mess with my network and it may cut my, because it installs like a network driver and stuff. So yeah, let's not do it for now. It's fine. But I just want to show you that this is actually real. Like there's an actual program that you can program, like that you could install and stuff. Anyways, so where is it? Okay, let's go to an actual shop. Where's the shop? Shop. There you go, shop. Nmap, let's install Nmap. Let's go to bin. Okay, save it here. And then we could basically use it. So right now what we could do, we could say nmap. Let's see what we have. Well, in real life, it's far more complicated than just giving an IP. There's all sorts of parameters and all sorts of switches and crazy stuff like that. Like there's, for example, switches that controls how you want to capture packets. Like, do you want it to be quiet? Like, so you would send just, few packets every single time, because otherwise you'd be so intrusive that some admin could, catch you up, right? So you're like the systems could detect you and stop you, right? Because you're so noisy. If you send a lot of packets to analyze the network and stuff. But yeah, there's just a lot of parameters in real life. Here though, it's just a game. You say nmap, you send it you give it the IP, and that's it. And honestly, this is a pretty good game if you really want to just learn some basics. It's pretty good actually. I wish I had this before. Anyways, okay, so it doesn't seem like we have SSH open. So I actually haven't explained this yet, but basically, Nmap goes ahead and basically tries to. We can actually implement Nmap ourselves. Of course, just a simple version of it, right? In Python, for example, we could implement it ourselves. We could implement it by basically making a socket, like a network socket, right? And then we could scan through all the. Of course, this comes into programming and stuff, because as a hacker, if you don't want to be just a script kiddie, you also got to be a great programmer. So not just using other people's tools, you also make your own tools and stuff. Basically, what you do is you try to connect through every port in the network. And if some ports fail, that means that port is closed or filtered. and otherwise you go to the next port and you just go on, so on, so on. If a port connects successfully, that means that port is actually on, it's open. So there you go. For example, in this network right here, we have HTTP open, which is port 80, and employees. Of course, I don't think there's a service called employees in real life. I mean, yeah, you could have an application that is called employees, and then basically it's just like a custom port that is open, right? Yeah, makes sense. And this is the version of the service. In this case, it's HTTP 1, version 1. Okay. And this is the LAN. The local IP, I think, or something. I don't know. Yeah, probably the local IP. So basically, if there's no open ports, then there's just no way for you to go through. Like, at least not an easy way, right, to connect to the network. And usually, home networks usually don't have any port open, pretty much. But for example, if you're hosting a website from your network, then you're gonna have HTTP open. Like, yeah. All right, so we have HTTP and employees. We don't have SSH, so I don't think we can use SSH to connect to this network, which is interesting. All right, let's see. So let's just try SSH anyways and see what happens anyway. Burgers, daddy. Yeah, we need the IP address. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, there you go. Can't connect port 22 not found. So port 22, which is for SSH, is not found. So we cannot use SSH to, you know, uh, connect. So we need to find another way to connect. Okay. Well, we could try maybe another kind of social engineer or something like that. I'm the administrator. There was a problem with the login servers. I need to give me your password to solve it. Otherwise, I would have to proceed. No. Online users takes need to connect this integrate so I can check that everything. No, and then add a library system information remote login. Your coworker can help. I do not know what I've done by accident. Deleted the library from my computer. Which version? That's interesting. Funny game. Oh, we could make like a funny game and we could send it. You have to take a look at this game. It's very funny. I apparently worked today. And it would like have a virus and something. I know it was you. This may interest you. Yeah, I don't think this would work. So let's see some way to connect through HTTP probably. Okay, so let's go to the browser and let's see what we could do. In fact, let's go first of all to the shop. Is there anything interesting that we could do? This is just to launch a server yourself. No. Wallet. Okay, repository server. So I'm gonna be back in a second. Hello, back. Let me make sure the stream is fine. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, so I think it's what audio stream current bitrate. It will update, I think. If anyone is watching, please let me know if the stream is fine. Anyways, so let's see. Let's see what we got. So exploit report and tool to report vulnerabilities in system libraries, stocks, displays on all published. Okay, so you could actually do mining bitcoins and like cryptocurrencies and stuff. Right. No, I don't really have anything here that is interesting. Let's go here. Scan router. No, I don't think snipper. We need something for HTTP though. R shell interface crypto. Okay, the Cypher, no. Scanland analyze the provide libraries or no. That's probably a local exploit. Connects to a router via its local or public IP and prints sound extend information such as firewall configuration. I don't think that's useful for me. Maybe. If the sniffer has been run on a device connected to a hub, it will capture all the data that is directed to any other device. Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. But I don't have access already, so like I need to be in the network for this one. R shell server, install a server to receive reverse shell connections. That's maybe interesting. To handle incoming connections. Even if this is the one, I cannot buy it though. $50. R shell interface. What? 85 terminal interface to interact with the install R shell server and manage incoming connections. Terminal interface to interact. Yeah, I don't think anything here is interesting for me. Maybe exploits? I don't think this either, but I don't know. Let's go with 1.0.0. Is it? In-map, yeah, version 1.0.0. Let's see what we got. Take advantage of vulnerability in the HTTP server to inject a new password to a registered user. Promote remote use. Okay, so this is remote use. Interesting. Permissions obtained root. But this is $50. What if I said source code? No. Okay. $50. Is there anything that is... How much do I have though? Hold on. Browser. Come on, I cannot open another. Okay, remove this. Browser. Let's go to login. I have just $27. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. 50, 35, 50, 35, 50. What? How am I supposed to exploit this then? I don't even have the money for it. 50, 70, 35, 35, 70. What? That is crazy, bro. Okay. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Okay. I think maybe we need to do something else before that. Okay, $27. What if I could? Okay, so as you can see, HTTP, it's a browser. It's a yes website of a Linux hospital. Okay. Well, so I don't have the money to buy any of these exploits. What exploits though do I have? Hold on. Let's remove this for now. And hello burgers. Don't know what happens when you get How are we gonna do this? HTTP server stocks. No, this. All right, let's see. Yeah, what is the stuff that I have? Slash bin. So this is all the commands that I have. Nmap, ns lookup, touch, ps, if config. We have ftp, boot, user add, ns lookup, build, touch, ping, airmon, airplay, aircrack, decipher, nmap. Okay, what about ns lookup? What is that? Oh, I think you give it a website that gives you the IP. Probably. Let me just see. For example, this. Okay, the mic is on. Cool. Reach. So now, yeah, basically you give it a domain and it gives you the IP of that domain. That's cool. Okay. But that's all the thing. So, maybe what should I do? I should either get another job until I can get enough money, or what we could possibly try is to go through this network. Like we could, hold on. Let's grab a Scanland. So the address is 9260. Okay, just like the same thing. What? Okay, come see us at March. All right. So it's actually have HTTP. Okay. So you could try to crack this network that we are in already. So HTTP employees HTTP. Ooh, there's two. Yeah, there's 8080, which I think is HTTPS maybe. And then 80, which is HTTP, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. But here it just says HTTP. But anyway, employees. Cool. Cool. But at least this one, I'm in the network, So we could possibly find some other stuff. Oh, actually, there's two HTTP, one in 1.1 and one in 1.2, right? Yeah, but it's basically the same thing. Okay. All right, let's see this. Let's try to find some maybe tools for this now. Connects to a router via local or public IP. What we are connected to right now? We're connected directly to the router. Okay. Oh, these are free. Next to a router via its local or public IP and prints out spy bin. Save. Let's try this out. Scan router. IP address, let's say 68.11. And yeah, this gives you connection to router scanning kernel. Oh yeah, it gives you the kernel router libraries version. No rules found in the firewall, and it gives you the firewall rules. Okay. What else? The Cypher, we already have that. Scanlib, search for vulnerabilities. This is money. Saucer to reverse or to handle incoming connections. This is $50. Okay. Ah, that's crazy. Sniffer, it is Sniffer. But the thing is, we're not connected through a hub. Okay, meta exploit SO, crypto SO, libshell. Automatically included with the surface installed. Okay, I guess we could connect to other networks. We could track other networks, and we could see if we can crack those. Or honestly, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try to take another job actually, because I don't have the money or the tools, I think. Unless if I'm mistaken. Let's see. Jobs. The remote machine. Okay. Accept. See this one then. Of the user mag if the remote IP of the victim is this, it's important that you ask the correct machine behind the public IP. Okay. Let's try to in-map this. This only have HTTP2. Crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Like what? Browser. Let's see some other job, I guess. This is crazy. Jobs. Corrupt data. Oh, I see. This is kind of like the level. Okay. Police record academic changes. Come on. In map. Okay, finally some SSH. Oh my gosh. Finally, we can get some $220 so we can buy some tools. Let's go. So we have SSH open on this one. Port 22. Okay, great. So we can do our thing now. Well, first of all, oh, hold on. Oh, what is this IP again? Hold on. What is this IP? It's this number 60. Okay, this one. Client wants login credential. The user is Jing Manch. Okay, so let's see who is the administrator of this IP. The administrative contact Q3 if real. Okay, sure. Login issues. I am. Where's the email? Cancel. Hold on. Let's actually copy this. Login issues. I don't know why I put that again. Consent. Oopsies. Let's send it to the administrator. Send. Great. So now we could do our thing. User. Because I don't even got the money to actually buy tools to crack HTTP. So call me read and then this. Oopsies. Come on, bro. Anyways, okay. It's like what's wrong with this is that like on Windows you say Control C and on Linux you say Control Shift C, so it's just very annoying. Anyways, because Control C on Linux it does something else. It just cancels the command. Anyways, huh? User and password. Connection failed. Why? each. Incorrect user password. Well, you know what I could do actually? What about instead of emailing the admin, what we could do, we could actually email the administrator, like like mail the user as the administrator. Let's actually see that. But do we have the email of that guy? I don't think we do. No, we don't. Yeah, we don't. What about the other ones? Do we have the email of them? No, we don't. Crazy. So how am I supposed to do this? SSH. Hmm. Port 22? No? Correct user password. Du- 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 du. Oh, so it's not. Hmm. Hold on. Let's go back to the. Oh, so the victim's IP lane is in .2. What? The remote IP of the victim is this. Okay. The victim IP LAN is this. But that's not here. I'm confused. 7. Hmm. Let's see what applications I have though. File Explorer, USR bin. Image viewer. Map. I'm in the Middle East, I think. Okay. Search it up. Come on. Saved computer is a new computer. By the way, the IP that I've connected before, I haven't really seen all the networks in there. Anyways, but why cannot I actually search this up? I'm confused. I guess it's 2. Bruh. Browser. I guess let's try to take another job. Credentials needed. Hold on a second. Hold on. So they need the credentials. Didn't we get the credentials already? Hold on. Clients wants the login credit. Oh, we have already got the credit. I see. Okay. I see. All right. So I've already got it. Okay. I see. There you go. Okay. Nice. All right. So it was that simple. Okay. Cool. Hey, just check the status in it. Okay. And what is else? The clients want the login credential of the user. If it's important they access the correct machine behind the public. Yeah, great. So it's actually that simple. We just give it the actual credentials. I see. Nice. Okay. All right, so let's check the other ones. Let's try to do the other ones. The client wants to log in credential. The user may give. The remote IP of the victim is this. Now that we actually got some money in, can we try to, hold on. How much money did I get? Let's see. Browser, bank, log in, log in. Okay, I got right now $247. Cool. Cool. So let's go to, I guess, let's see. I think probably tools, exploits. Let's look for libhttp because I really need this. Search. And let's see what we got here. Take advantage of a vulnerability in the HTTP service. Inject a new password to a registered user. Root. Target libhttp. Required. Any user logged in the computer. Well, I don't have any user at all, so Sonic Crypt. It is necessary to have the Cypher program installed on the computer that launched the exploit. Remote use, permissions obtained, guest, target libhttp, required one port forwarding configured from router to the target computer. One port forwarding. Is there a port forwarding in the game? I didn't knew this. I think it's a new update or something. Minimum number of 4 users registered. Oh well, how do I know that? I think maybe social engineering, but this is not probably not for me. Any user logged in the computer. I don't have that. Let's see. Root? No way. But hold on. Am I the one who needs that or anyone? Hold on. No. Any user logged in the computer. So how do you filter these dependencies on library net.so? So net.so should exist in the machine. And we have this root user logged in the computer. I don't know how to do port forwarding. Maybe we could check it out. Dependencies on library init.so. Well, let's just continue on the other jobs for now. And let's see. So let's go to the mail, I guess, and let's see what we got. So here, got this. And login credentials. Okay, so we have already solved this. We could just send this. Oh yeah, my bad. I should have read the email. Send. There you go. Nice. So what is the other stuff now? I think that's all the jobs that we actually have done. Client wants. No. Okay, so yeah, we have already done all the jobs now. Great. Let's look for other jobs. Find and delete remote file. Get remote file. Credentials needed. Let's try something more interesting, I guess. Find and delete remote file. Drop data academic changes. Credentials needed. Okay, let's try this police record, I guess. Let's see. Hopefully this is not the end of the game. Client also modified the information of police record. The remote IP of the victim is this. Record to modify belongs to Elisa Nard. The client wants to modify the charge of tax evasion so that the date of the crime is 5 years before it was committed. Okay. Remote IP of the victim. Let's see what we got open. SMTP, employees, HTTP, and criminals. You probably need to well, SMTP. SMTP is for mail, I guess. No. Okay, and who is that? Who is the administrator for that? The domain name. Okay. I also if it. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Is there any interesting stuff for that? SMTP? libsmtp. Search. To take advantage of SMTP. Required any user logged in the computer? No. Ooh. Permissions obtained non-root user. Target. Yeah, I think this is good for me. But let's just check out the other ones. Permission required minimum number, no. Dependencies on library. Dependencies. No. Okay, so there's this one. Get access to a shell remote use. Permissions obtained guest. And I believe there's this one. Yeah, this one. So these doesn't have any requirements, though this one is $65. This other one is $100. So get access to a shell. So this gives us guest, and this gives us a non-root user. Oh, this is a scam. You know why? Because, well, here we're just going to get a guest access. Here we're actually going to get a user, although it's not root, but it's actually cheaper, $65. And the script is called Colos. Okay, so let's try to buy this. We could like get the source code and then compile it, or we could get the binary. Let's get the source code, I guess, then compile it ourselves. Where do you put the source codes in this game? I guess, well, we could put it whichever we want. Fine. Okay, let's say, can we create a folder? Okay, there you go. Let's call it source, maybe. Let's see, open. Oopsies. And yeah, I was gonna look into my system, into my actual system. Let's go to File Explorer. So we don't need this file cap anymore, I think, but let's just leave it anyways. So source. Okay, so we have the source code here, and this is the source code of the exploit. Could I have just done this myself? Look at that, overflow. That is interesting. So we need to figure out the address and stuff. That's pretty cool. Love this. All right, so this is binary exploit. I see. For overflow. Anyways, so let's actually compile this so we could use it, because we only got the source code right now. Let's actually build this. And let's put it in our bin folder. What should we call it? Let's call it SMTP, I guess. Let's just call it with the name that they gave it anyways. Let's call it that. Fine. Because we're going to have a lot of scripts. I don't want to name every one of them. What is allow import? I don't know. What's that? Colos. Okay, save this. And yeah, right now we compiled it. Great, I think. Now let's try this out. There you go. So you give it the IP address and the port. So we could say interesting ports. So Let's grab this. And the SMTP server is 25. Do we really need the port? Yeah, we do. Let's just tell it 25 for the SMTP. Can't find meta exploit library in the lib path or the console. Okay, so we need to install the meta exploit library. Yeah, this is actually a real library, by the way. It's a real library. Although it's not really named the same thing. Yeah, Metasploit, yeah. Not Metaexploit. There you go. Is a computer security project that provides information about security vulnerability that aids in penetration testing and IDS signature development. Is owned by Boston. Anyways, so yeah, pretty cool stuff. Let's actually download this. Tools. What is Metax? There you go. This is the library. It costs $20. This is tool version by. And we should put this in the library section lib. Okay, let's put it here, right? Yes. So either in the folder that you hack in or in that directory in the path, right? So that's good. Nice. So now let's try again. Because right now we have the library. Great. Because this tool actually uses that library. Enter new password because it needs root access ABC123. Starting attack, success execution payload, password for user, reless, modified, okay. Hold on a second. What? It modified some password of some user, but like, how do I know the modified password then? Weird. I didn't actually really have seen, I guess. Maybe I didn't pay attention closely to what the tool actually does. Let's see, hold on. Exploits. Well, let's see again. Where is SMTP? There you go. But at least we got at least one thing, which is the name of the user. Name of one of the users. So that's nice. We could actually use that name. But let's see one thing. This is the one that we have downloaded, I think. Take advantage of a vulnerability in the SMTP server to inject a new password. Yeah, I haven't really paid attention to it. To a registered user, but what is the password? Oh, actually, I type it. It's not my own password. I type a new password to give that user. That's crazy. But okay, but what password? SMTP. I think SMTP is for emails, right? Yeah, exactly. The mail transfer protocols. Protocol, right? Cool. So right now, I think we have changed the password of this user, of the mail, that user. Okay. Well, can't we maybe... What about the other tool that we've seen that is more expensive? What that does? It's called call script. Okay. Okay, this one actually gives me a shell. That's why it's more expensive. My bad. Well, fine. Let's just buy this. Okay, bin. By the way, hold on a second. Can I actually get the source code from the binary? I don't... Like, in real life, you cannot, but in the game, I think you can. Otherwise... No way, don't tell me that. Like, what? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to buy it again if I want to see the source code. Like... Bruh. Let's remove one thing there. Okay. So... Yeah, I think I have to buy it again. Are you sure? Well, that is crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, I have to buy it again if I want to get the source. Ah, anyways. So now let's just do it. Colors script. There's probably a way to actually exploit this, but I just don't know how to use that. But this would just give us a shell right away. IP address. Although it would give us a guest shell, and then we have to figure out how to escalate our privileges through a local exploit. At least we get access to the network. So 25. Yeah, 25 ports. Sorry. Okay, let's go. I got that. Nice. So now let's actually remove this stuff for now. Just so I could open. Okay, let's actually open the admin thing. Okay, this is how you admin monitor. Let's make sure this is in here. Cool. Okay, so user guest. So we got remote access, but we got guest access, which we don't have a lot of stuff in there, you know. So yeah, as you can see, there's nothing interesting there. But there is this release that we have seen earlier. Hold on. But no, I think that password is... Is it the actual password of the user? Let me try. Yeah, let me try actually. How do you... sudo -u, I think? And what is the name? Realis. Password ABC123. Oh, okay. Yeah, we used that. So we used this to get a shell, and the other one to actually switch the user. That's pretty cool. I guess that's just a stroke of luck, man. Anyways, so now we got access to that user. Great. File Explorer. Happy accident. Okay, let's see the... yeah, what we want actually. Let me see the mail again. What they want. Client wants to modify the information of police record. Ah, okay. Well, IP of the victim is this. Record modify. All right, let's see what we got. So we got traffic network stuff. Ooh, this is some very cool stuff. Police record.exe. Fraud. All right. Elisa Nord. Tax evasion. This is not the guy. Come on, where is it? There you go. Tax evasion. There you go. Let's make sure this is here. So now how are we gonna... what we want again? The client wants to modify the chart of tax evasion so that the date of the crime is 5 years before it was committed. Is 5 years before it was committed. So this minus 5 is basically 4. And let's see this. Record updated. Let's go. Nice. Okay. Now, is this root? I wonder if this is root, because we need root access right now to actually remove our trace, our passive trace. Okay, let's see what we got. And what else there is here? Okay, there's mail and bank. Nice. And there's traffic network. Interesting. And there's root. So no, we're not root. But what we could do, Etsy, pass WD. Let's go. And the var, look at that. So there you go. We have shell obtained. We should remove this. And in fact, there's connection established. Two of them. Okay, so let's actually get the pass WD. There you go. And let's just, okay, let's see. I need a terminal of my own now. Let's remove this. We don't need it anymore. We got two terminals. Oh, we got two explorers. What? I think that, yeah, pretty much the same thing. Okay, so just remove this. And let's just create a new terminal in my own system. And let's just touch. Oh, actually, I already got a file here that we could use anyways. Okay, so let's actually get the root. And yeah, let's actually right now get a local terminal. And let's basically decipher that. Decipher, what do they called it? Password.txt, I guess. I think so. No. Yes. I think so. So let's try this out. Oh, desktop first. Slash password txt. Okay, let's decipher that. So I think the first thing that I should always do is to first of all remove that shell obtained log, then start on the actual thing. Because otherwise I'll get in trouble real quick. Yeah. So come on. Oh, Greyhack is actually still in alpha? Crazy. Admin monitor. Kerso. That's the password of the root. Copy. So I don't need this anymore for now. Now let's actually say sudo -u root password is this. And right now we're actually root. So let's say log viewer. Let's remove the shell obtained on port. And I don't think I need to remove connection established stuff. And there you go. So right now I have full access to the system. Don't need this anymore. And now what we should, or what we could, let's just log off that. And let's see the log again. Okay. And let's just right now run Explorer here. File. Explorer. All right, great. There's even this traffic network thing. Please select option camera link system, locate registered vehicle, exit program. Camera link system, for example. Ooh, that's cool. Traffic camera. But what you could use this for in the game? I have no clue. Yeah, I really don't see why you would use that. Oh, actually, you could say next camera and stuff. Okay. Or camera link. Okay. So here we got this. Now I think you could say next camera. All right, this is very slow. But what you would use this for? And previous camera, and then traffic lights configuration. Option not available at this time. Weird, okay. Now locate registered vehicle. Option not available. I don't know if it's not available in the game or not available in the actual program or what exactly. Anyways, there you go. That's traffic network thing. And finally, I got police record. I could probably remove the file. uh, crazy stuff. Delete person record, save changes, program connection settings. Enter the IP address and the SQL port where database is stored. Crazy. And here what you could do, create new entry, and you could remove selected charge. Crazy. Okay. So what we have here, the modify. Okay, so what we should actually, let's say maybe done or something. Send. Great. Okay, so we're done with this mission already, which is nice. Now we could do whatever we want with the system. Cool. Config, downloads, desktop. Why we have Linton here? Weird. We don't need to. Okay, config, downloads, net desktop. There's nothing here. But we could go to now libsmtp net.so. There is here. Okay. Root user bin. Just checking it out. Server. Okay, there's a server here, but there's nothing in it. Okay. USR bin. Nothing crazy there. Etsy apt. Oh, you may be able to actually change the sources of the repository. But I don't think it's useful maybe here. Maybe in multiplayer it could be useful since players are like installing actual programs. Really, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, so let's go right now to home maybe. CS, what CS contains that? Networks, oh, it's binary. Binary, okay. Home, var. Guess nothing okay, so we have this waiting. Config, okay, so we got mail and bank here. Cool. So let's grab a cancel. Oh, she can. No, rename. What I'm doing. Let's create a new folder, I guess. I should probably check out the var just to make sure. Okay, nice. And now, can we actually grab this police record? I don't know. All right. Anyways, so guess. Yeah, let's check just the var to make sure nothing crazy happened there. Okay, fine. So now let's just go out of this. Okay, done. Great. So now we have this. Cool. Let's go to the terminal. Where's the stupid terminal? Okay, so let's go to inside of desktop release. Okay. Now the Cypher mail.txt. Let's create another terminal actually. Okay, Cypher bank. There you go. I wonder if this actually slows the programs down both because they're running at the same time. I wonder how realistic is that in that case. Oh, right now it's actually used 100%. Nice. Interesting. The Cypher 100%. Look at that. Interesting. Though before it was just 0% for some reason. But anyways, there you go. It actually works now. Cool. Kernel. Is the stream fine, by the way? Seems excellent connection rate. Okay. Right, 51%, 52. We haven't got into programming just yet in here. Would be interesting. At Turk. In the mail. Actually, do I even need the mail? I don't. I would only need it if I want to do maybe some engineering. Yeah, pretty much. So for now, it's kind of useless. But what's needed here is this. Okay, let's go to browser now. Bank. Log in. Let's grab this. Oops. $0. Okay. Nice. So that's pretty much it for that. I wonder how much we got so far. Okay, 687. Nice. All right, cool. So we got all the missions done already. Now let's go to the browser. Let's look for another job. Lease record, we have already done that one. And we got corrupt data. How can you corrupt a machine? I think by removing something like removing root. Okay, find the delete, remove file. Clients. Credentials needed. Okay, let's try maybe academic changes. Okay, let's run the admin monitor. Let's go mail. The remote IP of the victim is this. The LAN address where the database is located. Ooh, the remote address. The LAN address for the database. You cannot access directly. You can try to access through a teacher's computer in the local network. Record to modify belongs to Sherry Allen. Client wants to modify the subject mathematics to increase the academic qualification by at least 1 point. Okay. Terminal. in map as always. Okay, we got HTTP open. Well, we could just use the same because it's the same version, so we could use the same. Or we could use SSH, but there's no need. We could just use, yes, Colos on that IP with the port. Hold on, Colos actually is used for SMTP, no? Yeah, I remember it's SMTP. Okay. Interesting. So, yeah, we actually use that for SMTP, I think. All right. The problem is the record identify how we could actually do this. Now we gotta find maybe something for HTTP then. I just don't remember if it calls this for HTTP or SMTP. Let's try it out, I guess. Vulnerability not found. Okay. What about call script? Ooh, it ruins it up. Come on. All right, fine. Call script, and let's go with 80. Yeah, no, it's probably for SMTP. So let's find something for HTTP actually. For HTTP, let's go here, exploit lib HTTP, search. And is there anything else, by the way, other than that? Let's see. There is SSH. Okay, there's SSH too. So we could probably better to go with SSH because I remember HTTP wasn't really that easy. It's like it all have required. Yeah, that's what I remember. Required. Yeah, probably all of them are required stuff, so I don't want to deal with that. So let's try SSH instead here. Oopsies, SSH. Search ed script. Okay. Nah. Search all the bank credentials files in the computer to decipher all passwords. It is necessary to have the Cypher program installed on the computer that launched the exploit. Remote use. Permission obtained guest. But I think it only gives me access to the bank credentials. Isn't it? But only for guests or what exactly? Add script. Take advantage of our vulnerability in the SSH servers to inject a new password to a registered user. To take advantage of a vulnerability. Well, this is some required stuff. Is there any other easy tool to put forwarding? No. Okay, so there's the only one is this that doesn't have any requirements. Let's get the source code version. Okay, let's put it in source. Save. And that's a crazy name right there. It's a shame that we cannot copy this stuff. Anyways, let's go to File Explorer, source. Let's actually compile this now. And this is what it does. It actually uses meta exploit it does all this crazy stuff. Yeah, it goes actually through the config bank stuff. I see. Let's just save this and see what happens. Allow import bin. And well, this is crazy. There's no way I'm gonna call it that. What is this? Let's call it, I guess, HTTP guest. Save. Okay. Now let's see what's gonna happen there. 0.3. The line is 0.3. Well, all of them are like that. So yeah. All right. So let's see. So what we're gonna do is, yeah, let's try that one. So we give it the IP address and the port. So the IP address is, well, this, and the port is HTTP 80. Ooh, vulnerability not found. Are you kidding? Oh, actually, it's not HTTP, maybe SSH. I don't remember. Yeah, it's probably SSH, my bad. We could rename that to SSH guest instead. So right now it's doing the job. Though I think this will only give me the bank credentials though. But we could edit it. We could edit the program source, so we could just get access and that's it. So yeah, let's see. Apt client, crypto, Metaexploit. Okay. Crazy. Starting attack, success. Computer obtained credentials from user guest, Cypher and bank password for user. Macom. Because I've made this ourselves, what we just need is just to, but hold on. How does it? Yes, okay, see. But will it give me a shell? I wonder. Or will it just, cipher the credentials and that's it? Bank account, bank password, big dog. Bank password for user wrist. Bank account, Harley. Okay. Interesting. Let's actually see the source code, really. Because it didn't give me a shell. But we could probably change it so it gives me a shell instead. We could change the source code, I guess. Okay, let's see. This is why you need the source code. And this is why you need to be a programmer. So you could change the source code. Let's see, File Explorer. Source. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Let's see first what's happening here. So we're including the library. Include lib, current path, okay, and if not metaexploit, net session, net use, address, port. Net use. Let's actually see the manual. What is net use actually? No, where is the manual? There. Visual program scripting. Metaexploit, net use. So you give it an IP address and the port. Port is optional. It connects to the specified address and establishes a null session to gain access to a library remotely. This type of attack is only valid for services that work remotely. If no port is specified, it will connect directly to the router. If the process has been executed correctly, objects of type net session will be returned. Null session. Okay, so if no port is specified, it will connect directly to the router. If the process has been executed successfully, an object of type net session will be returned. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's see what's happening. So it got in net session. If not net session, then can't connect to net session. Metalib net session.dumplib. Okay, where's this dumplib thing? Okay, it's inside net session. Returns the metalib associated with the remote service. For example, connects to a computer with the SSH service will return the metalib libSSH object. Okay, in the case of connecting to a router, it returns a metalib kernel router. Ooh. So I guess if I learn these libraries, then I don't have to buy exploits? Is that the case? If that's the case, then that's crazy, man. Hmm. Let's see what else it does. So it dumps the lib, and then it says metalib. Oh well, it actually uses an overflow. Now the problem is how you're gonna find this kind of addresses for overflow and stuff. So on the component, I'm not sure what's that. Yeah, it's probably just something that you have to figure out to actually do the overflow and do it whatever you want it to do. The result and exit program ended. Crypt tools include lib, crypto, not crypto. Okay, let's get password. Password, the cipher. So as you can see here, it's actually the cipher is the password that you give it. And hold on, what? Yeah, pretty much good password. Type object, type of result, if type of object, exit, expected computer, obtained. This is very similar to Python to some degree. Home folder equal result of file slash home. Result of file slash home. What result first? Where's the result? Oh, it's here. When you overflow, you get back a result. Let me actually see this overflow function. Okay, you give it the memory address and the nsec value and extra args. Exploits the indicated vulnerability through the buffer overflow method. The object returned can be of various types or even not return anything, so it's advisable to use the type of method with the object return. Depending on the result, it may be necessary to pass extra arguments that the exploit runs correctly. For example, in the case of password change. Interesting. Program ended. Okay, crypt tools include. So here it's taking the type of result. Okay, so if type object not equal to computer, then exit expected computer obtained. All right, so it's checking if it's a computer object. Home folder result.file. So let's check this computer object. But how can I get the computer object? There you go. So this is the computer object. And here they're saying file, which is this. Returns the file located in the given path or receive or absolute. The file return can be a folder. File does not exist, so it's returned null. That is very interesting. Pretty cool. Okay, so now that we got the computer, now we could do all this sorts of craziness. File and Wi-Fi networks, return the list. Wi-Fi networks that are available, public IP. Cool. Network devices, network active group, skip ports. File, delete user. Create group, connect to Wi-Fi, connect to Ethernet. Close program. Change password. Okay, we could change the password. Cool. Change the password of an existing user on the machine or a new one. It is necessary to be root to be able to execute the method. Return true or successful otherwise. Oh, it is necessary to be root to be able to execute this. Well, that's interesting. I don't really see how I would actually, other than file. But like, how do I at least list the directories and files that is in here? How to do that? Show procs. Active processes on the machine. How do you actually, you can create a folder, could create a user, but I think you have to be root, yeah. File, ActiveNet card, change password, name, return string with the name of the device. Okay, but like, how do I get is folder is binary? Can I get the, oh right, I got it. I gotcha now. I see. I see what's happening. So I could basically get a file, right? So like I could get the root, for example, then I could use this get files or get folders or both. And then I could just basically list the files that are in there, essentially. So I guess maybe I cannot really connect, like get a shell. I can only just use this computer object. Is that the case? Or maybe this is called a shell. I honestly do not know use. I wonder if this net use actually leaves a trace or not. Anyways, but basically what it's doing here, it's actually getting the file home / home. If not home folder, okay, user folders, home folder, get folders. Oh, interestingly, it doesn't really have this call thing. I guess maybe when there's no parameters, you just do it like this, which is stupid. I find it very weird. But anyways, found equals false for user folder in user folders. But I guess it makes sense maybe for a language that is maybe not. Actually, it is. I mean, functions are, it seems like first class citizens, but I don't know. It's weird. If user for user folder and user folders, bank file equal result of file / home / plus user folder name. User folder name. Oh yeah, here's a loop. User folder and user folders /config /bank.txt. If not bank file, then continue. If not bank file has permission R, then exit error can't read file contents. Permission denied. I see. User pass equal bank file get content dot split colon get content. So this you get the content, then you split it pending. I see. So like here, if you say in bank, you have it like this. So it basically splits it into an email and the hash, the ciphering password for users, user folder dot name. Okay, password equal get password, user pass. And user pass, I think, yeah. Yes, it's a array. It contains both of these things. Oh yeah, not this. The other one. Anyways, not pass WD, nothing found. I'll sprint bank account. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So, okay. Well, the first thing that I would like to do actually is to rename that thing first of all. So let's go to the bin, and instead of HTTP guest, this is actually should be a, I guess, an SSH guest or SSH bank or something. All right, yeah, because it does that. Now we could actually make our own program actually to do what we need to do, right? So basically what we could do is home folder, not home folder, then exits. So I guess let's just maybe do it ourselves. Let's just copy this, okay. So home folders are honestly, you know what? For now, I'm quite tired at this point, so I think we're just gonna continue next time. So I guess that was it for the stream. That was a lot of fun. How much we've been? Let's see. Where's the OBS? Oh, it's been 4 hours. Crazy stuff. Okay, so that was it for this live stream, and see ya later. Goodbye, everyone.